terms of military technical means, breakthroughs on a fairly wide front and to a very sensitive depth, access to operational space and maneuverable actions. This is the description of a significant incursion by the armed forces of Ukraine into the territory of the Russian Federation, near the town of Sudzha, Kursk Oblast. However, this description does not come from Ukrainian or Western analysts, but from Russian meal blogger Sviatosław Golikov. Golikov added that the Russians' defensive action for the time being was chaotic and ad hoc, and he calls the entire offensive by the Ukrainian armed forces Balaklia 2.0. That is the humiliating for the Russians and at the same time successful for the Ukrainians 2020 Kharkiv offensive, which ended with the seizure of Kupiansk and Balaklia, among others. The Ukrainian attack, according to the Russians, began on Tuesday at 8 a.m., when Ukrainian forces crossed the border between the villages of Nikolaevo-Darino and Oleshnya, heading northeast. After 72 hours, the Ukrainians entered at least 10 kilometers deep into Russian territory and began pushing in two directions. They took the R200 road toward the town of Sudzha, with a population of about 6,000. The second axis went northwest toward Koronevo and Malaya Loknia, where according to Russian meal blogger Rybar, the goal may be to reach the city of Lgov. There, according to the Russian channel, the equipment of additional defense lines and the planned evacuation of the population in case of an enemy breakthrough have already begun. A state of emergency has been declared in the Kursk region. Russian President Vladimir Putin called the Ukrainian incursion a quote, large-scale provocation and summoned his top advisors to discuss what he called quote, indiscriminate shelling of civilian buildings, suburbs and ambulances with various types of weapons. Here we see Putin's meeting during the National Security Council.
В Курской области, как известно, киевский режим предпринял.
The Americans were not warned about the Ukrainian attack, but according to State Department spokesman Matthew Miller, it is not surprising. Quote, it is not unusual. It is a war that they are conducting. We provide them with equipment. We provide them with advice. It is uncertain how many soldiers are involved in the operation. The bottom estimate, according to the Russian side, is 2,000 soldiers. Western analysts, however, believe that this is not a raid as we know it from the actions of the so-called White Russians, of the Freedom of Russia Legion or other similar groups, but a much broader, centrally planned action, in which 2 to even 4 brigades may be involved, and that means 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers. The 82nd Airborne Brigade is certainly involved in the attack, as well as the 22nd Mechanized Brigade. Both are quality formations, well equipped and above all, highly mobile. The 80th Airborne Brigade and the 61st Mechanized Brigade are also most likely to participate. Selected Russian meal bloggers have criticized the Russian Defense Ministry for failing to take sufficient detection and preemptive action before a Ukrainian attack. Rybar also criticized Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belyusov for failing to audit the combat command system to remove ineffective commanders after becoming defense minister. And he called on the Russian government to punish incompetent officers and liars. He added that, quote, what is happening in the Kursk region is further proof of strategic miscalculations. It is proof of the problem of nepotism, covering up ineffective and promoting useless commanders. It is known that the Ukrainians are bringing in more technical equipment and deploying high-value radio-electronic and anti-aircraft combat units. Institute for the Study of War reports that the Ukrainians have certainly passed at least 2 Russian defense lines. According to Russian informants, the Ukrainians have penetrated up to 350 square kilometers of Kursk region territory, including at least 11 settlements. According to Russians, the Ukrainians captured Sudzha on August 8th and are expanding the scope of their operations by bringing in new units, including engineering forces. Unconfirmed information even speaks of the presence of Ukrainian units in the village of Anastasievka towards the city of Lgov. Ukrainians are also said to have entered administrative buildings in Koronevo. Quote, judging by the emerging control zones, Ukrainian formations are currently relying on breaking unprepared lines, bypassing them, and cutting off Russian reinforcement groups that are trying to stabilize the situation, Rybar reports. All of this means that we are dealing with the largest and fastest offensive action of the war, regardless of the site, since the Kharkiv offensive in the second half of 2022, and Ukraine's largest cross-border attack since the beginning of the war. What are the Ukrainians up to? And why are they risking quite a lot? Let's discuss that on the map.
Chi sono? Io sono uno, ma potrei essere 100 investitori diversi, e tutti nello stesso momento. Con eToro potrei essere Grace, un'investitrice nel settore tech globale. Oppure Max, un esperto del mercato azionario tedesco. Potrei essere Ian, un cacciatore di dividendi. Aspetta, potrei essere David. Questo David. Con eToro puoi ispirarti agli investitori di tutto il mondo, le loro conoscenze, le loro strategie, tutto a tua disposizione. Diventa l'investitore che desideri. eToro.
Looking at the strategic points located in the area, we can point out at least a few of them. First of all, the Kursk nuclear power plant, located 50 kilometers from the border, a facility of the highest national priority. The fact that the Ukrainians may actually be thinking of going that far into Russia is suggested by the fact that they are heading to Malaya Lokhnia and then on to Lvov, as Rybar points out. From Lvov, it is only 20 kilometers to the Kursk nuclear power plant. However, considering the distance and the high risk of such an action, this is not very likely, at least at this stage. More important seem to be the facilities within the direct reach of the Ukrainians. These include Gazprom's gas transit station in Sudzha, located about 600 kilometers from the border. Sudzha is one of the main gas entry points into Ukraine. Gas pipelines later go to Slovakia and Hungary, among other countries. Withholding supplies on its own initiative may come at a cost to Kyiv, but damage to a major transit station could be portrayed in the light of, quote, wartime force majeure, which Viktor Orban, who complained about Ukraine to Brussels, will find hard to argue with. The target could also be the cutting of a very important logistic railroad line that passes through Sudzha and reaches Belgorod, as pointed out by ex-user Intel Schizo. The railway line also suggests to us why Lvov could be the operational target of the Ukrainians. The city is the main railway junction of the region, connecting lines coming from Kursk, but also from the north, from the direction of the city of Oryol, which ultimately reach Moscow. The seizure of Sudzha, let alone Lvov, will be a major logistical complication for all Russian logistics in the region, with implications for many sections of the front. What's more, Sudzha is crossed by a power line that supplies Belgorod and other cities with electricity generated at the Kursk nuclear power plant. This shows that the area is covered with at least a few sensitive points for the Russians. However, even for such vital targets, risking several brigades equipped with invaluable equipment for the Ukrainians may seem questionable, even more so in the context of what currently is happening in the Pokrovsk direction. So let's get back to Ukraine. Compared to our last visual report in early July, Russian forces have made noticeable progress, advancing nearly 10 kilometers in a month and coming within nearly 15 kilometers of Pokrovsk, which is Moscow's current operational objective. We discussed why Pokrovsk is important in one of our recent materials. The goal is to seize the key H32 road linking Konstantinivka and Pokrovsk, which then links with the M30 road to Dnipro. The artery is essential for the Ukrainian armed forces to resupply the defenders of Chasiv Yar, among others. The Kremlin forces entered such settlements as Prokhrez and Vesele, and in the direction of Novoalexandrivka approached the H32 road to less than 6 kilometers. To the north, the Russians also approached Toretsk by about 2 kilometers, while the front engulfed the town of New York. To the east of the town, a gap only 2.5 kilometers wide has been created. where Ukrainian forces are in danger of being encircled. Compared to this, the situation on the rest of the front is relatively stable, although the Russian Federation remains on the offensive. Of note are Russian advances in places such as Piszczane, Makiivka, Spirne, Rozdolivka, Chasiv Yar, Krasnohorivka, Vuhledar, Urozhain. In all these places, the Russians managed to make territorial gains of 1 to several kilometers in the past month. In addition, after many months, the Krynki bridgehead, the legitimacy of which is doubted by many observers, has been eliminated. All of this means that the situation on the front remains very difficult, and the past month has brought an intensification of the Russian advantage in a tangible way: the loss of controlled territory and the risk of serious problems on the Pokrovsk-Chasiv Yar axis. Analysts, including the friendly Konrad Muzyka, note that the current months are the last window of opportunity for the Russians due to the introduction of additional fresh reserves by the Ukrainians, and a wider introduction of Western equipment unlocked after months of deadlock in the US Congress. The first F-16 fighter jets are also already flying in Ukrainian skies. So the sight of a large-scale Ukrainian action targeting Russian territory has left many observers scratching their heads, pondering its rationale and potential profit and loss calculus.
Hit del momento, versioni live. Con l'app di YouTube Music puoi anche riprodurre tutto in background. Così ti distrai anche quando dovresti dedicarti ad altro. Passa a YouTube Music Premium, provalo per un mese senza costi.
The logic is clear. R&D's equipment and men needed more in Pokrovsk, Toretsk and Chasiv Yar. It is too early to say, but we can ponder on the thinking process of the Ukrainian commanders. Among those doing so is Mick Ryan, a retired Australian general who actively observes the war. Ryan identifies several goals that are not mutually exclusive. The first one is obvious: to tie down Russian forces. The Ukrainians can count on the Russians to shift resources from Ukraine to Russia to protect their poorly defended own heartland, making the task easier for Ukrainian defenders. However, this is quite a gamble. Ryan believes that the Russians are unlikely to weaken their strategic direction, Pokrovsk, Toretsk or Chasiv Yar, but they are likely to weaken their defenses in other, less prominent directions. This means that new defensive weaknesses could emerge, creating new opportunities for the Ukrainian armed forces. The general aim is also certainly to weaken the Russian momentum in general, and at the same time to improve the war atmosphere and the morale of the Ukrainian people and soldiers. Although here it should be noted that the risk is to fall into the trap of a PR goal at the expense of real gains. This is what observers fear, precisely by those who see the protracted battle for Bakhmut or the holding of the Krynki bridgehead as wasteful and illogical. Ryan concludes, however, that in planning this operation, the Ukrainians may have simply followed the logic of exploiting the enemy's biggest weaknesses. In war, the element of surprise, of taking advantage of unpreparedness, of striking at the soft underbelly, is crucial, and the Kharkiv offensive demonstrated this. Highly mobile brigades, capable of covering up to several dozen kilometers a day, are involved in the action. Russian meal bloggers have widely reported on the innovative tactics of the Ukrainians, based on the introduction of radio-electronic warfare equipment already at the spearhead of the assault, along with dozens of drones. Added to this was anti-aircraft warfare, which resulted in downed planes and helicopters. In other words, the Ukrainians could have once again smelled the blood and decided to go for it. All the more so since they received reports that the Russian side was playing down the problem. According to the Cheka source, 2 weeks ago, the commander of the State Border Guard Group, deputy commander of the Leningrad Military District, Lieutenant General Esedullah Abachev, reported to Chief of the General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, on the Ukrainian armed forces' preparations to invade the Kursk region. In response, Gerasimov reportedly urged Abachev, quote, not to create panic and not to fall for the enemy's disinformation. Moreover, in anticipation of an offensive by the Ukrainian armed forces, Gerasimos was to withdraw forces and resources from the area that he felt were not needed there. But even if one accepts the motivation of exploiting the element of surprise and easy terrain, in such a situation will the win-loss calculus be positive if the Ukrainians lose the H-32 road, Pokrovsk or Chasiv Yar? Especially since, remember, they can't use US missiles on Russian territory, meaning, for example, HIMARS. Again, it is hard to judge anything at this stage. Nevertheless, cheaply won territory, especially when it comes to the Russian heartland, is not necessarily cheap at the negotiating table. In other words, the Ukrainians may want to hold on to this territory precisely for the purpose of possible peace talks. Then hundreds of square kilometers of the Russian homeland will weigh extremely heavy. In addition to the strategic goals mentioned above, the psychological element is no less important. The fact that Russian territory remains occupied by an enemy that is 10 times smaller sounds like a bad joke to the Kremlin and undermines the legitimacy of the regime in the eyes of the population and the decision-making establishment. 2.5 years ago, Sumy was one of the main axes of the Russian advance. Could the soldiers of that column, if they are still alive, have imagined that 2 years later the attack would come out on the same axis, only in the opposite direction? Quote, "The more pressure is exerted on the aggressor that brought the war to Ukraine," says President Zelensky in his evening address, "the closer peace will be. Just peace through just force." Will this be just a short-lived PR rally that begins to disintegrate as we publish this material, or are we witnessing something bigger? That remains to be seen as we write these words. But given the circumstances, one thing Ukrainians cannot be denied is courage.
Defend the objectives. Do not let them take this sector. Enemy attacking objective Charlie 2. The enemy is more than 50%.
Mechanized brigade with engineering equipment crossing the border, supported by perhaps as many as 3 other brigades, attacking and you know, they're taking large numbers of Russian prisoners of war, so they've got the capacity to do that and bring them back. They're obviously determined to press on. It's a very interesting, moving situation. We'll see, you know, how ambitious this operation is, whether they intend to take and hold areas of land in a bid to divert Russian reserves from the Donbass area to the northern theatre.
Hello and welcome to Frontline for Times Radio with me, Kate Chabot, and this time we're joined by Maxim Tucker. Maxim is an editor on the Times' foreign desk and was Kyiv correspondent between 2014 and 2016. He's been reporting from the front lines since 2022 and he's recently returned. Maxim, really good to speak to you. Thank you for sparing the time. Now we're talking I'm going to ask you about your trip in a moment, but we're talking on Thursday, the 8th of August in the afternoon, and a fast-moving situation has developed with Ukraine going over the borders into Kursk, the Kursk region in Russia. Can you tell us a bit more about what your understanding is of what's going on there?
Yeah, so this is a very interesting offensive by the Ukrainians. It's the first time that Ukraine's regular armed forces have crossed the borders. Previously it's been special forces, it's been pro-Ukrainian Russian partisans that have crossed the border in limited raids. Now we see what looks like a mechanized brigade with engineering equipment crossing the border, supported by perhaps as many as 3 other brigades, attacking and you know, they're taking large numbers of Russian prisoners of war, so they've got the capacity to do that and bring them back. And they're obviously determined to press on. It's a very interesting, moving situation. We'll see, you know, how ambitious this operation is, whether they intend to take and hold areas of land in a bid to divert Russian reserves from the Donbass area to the northern theatre, you know, whether this is a serious attempt to hold on to Russian land ahead of any ceasefire discussions or negotiations, which would give them an opportunity to exchange for some of the Ukrainian land that's been taken by the Russians. So we're watching this very carefully, but it does look like a very serious commitment by the Ukrainians, a mechanized brigade across the border into Russia and quite close to a Russian nuclear power station as well.
And just briefly, what are your Ukrainian contacts telling you about this?
Well, they all say the commanders are keeping very quiet about what the true objectives are for this operation, but people are obviously speculating. I mean, Ukrainians are convinced that Donald Trump will win the US presidency, and they will be forced to negotiate on unfavorable terms. The Russians have the advantage on the battlefield now, they have the initiative, and the Ukrainians are trying to turn that around and make sure that they have a stronger position if they are forced to go to the negotiating table in November.
As I said earlier, you just returned from Ukraine. You've been in the Donbass region where some of the most intense fighting has been taking place. Can you just give us a brief overview of where you went and what the situation was?
So I was in Turetsk, or near Turetsk, on the outskirts of Turetsk, and Khodivka, near Pokrovsk, on the front line in the Pokrovsk direction. And these are 2 cities, Pokrovsk and Turetsk, which are under intense bombardment and the subject of assaults by Russian infantry. The Donbass situation is not going well for the Ukrainians at the moment. The Russians have been able to advance pretty rapidly in the last couple of months, despite very, very hot temperatures and very difficult fighting conditions. They've thrown manpower into the battle, and they have made several kilometers. And Pokrovsk is a very key, very important garrison town for the Ukrainians. Turetsk is a city that's almost been obliterated, but it's still important to hold on to for the Ukrainians. And they want to make sure they hold Turetsk so that Konstantinivka, which is to the north of Turetsk, and a really important road and rail junction, is not threatened, is not flanked by a Russian movement. But they are under serious pressure because they don't have very many reserves at this point. The Ukrainians have spread very thin. Their infantry has been really taken a lot of casualties. It's also, you know, people just are tired and they have to come back from the line for rest, and because they're sick or to care for parents or something like this. So they are really struggling in this situation to hold such a long front line with the Russians. And that is why the Russians are able to make these incremental advances. So I was with a drone battalion that were trying to defend Turetsk, and I was with the 47th Brigade, who have very advanced American equipment, including Abrams tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, who are trying to hold the line at the cross.
And can we just have a little look? I mean, you've got footage, haven't you, of that work with the UAVs and how they're trying to hold those defensive lines. First of all, where did you go exactly to see what they were doing?
Well, I was at a command centre with the UAV battalion. I can't say exactly where that is because obviously they're for operational security reasons. But, you know, they are slightly set back from the very front line, but they're sending their drones forward to reconnoitre where the Russians are advancing. And what the tactics the Russians were employing at this time is to try and infiltrate Ukrainian positions with 3 or 4 soldiers, and then join as a big group to attack when they have more forces.
Let's just have a look at some of that footage then, and maybe you could talk us through it, because were you seeing this as it was happening, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in the command center watching the feeds with the commander, the major, as it happened. So this is one of the small groups of Russian infantry who are trying to infiltrate Ukrainian positions. So we saw them moving in groups of 3 or 4, trying to get into Ukrainian positions undetected. This group had been already targeted by FPV drones, and they were fleeing a house that had been struck by FPV drones repeatedly and a mortar until it was set fire, and they were trying to creep into the woods and get to another intact house where they could take cover. And you can see this is the house that they took cover in, but obviously the Ukrainians could follow them on the drone feed, and they continued to hit them. And this time it was being struck by a 122mm artillery piece. And the Ukrainians don't know when they strike these positions, if they're in a house, what the success has been of that strike. So they just keep hitting the house until it either is burnt down, or the Russians flee and go somewhere else. So it's a real game of cat and mouse, because they're watching these positions for sometimes hours on end to see if the Russians are dead or alive, or if they try and come out and sneak out. They're using all the hedgerows, all the foliage that they can to try and avoid. This is another Russian position which is being hit by FPVs. And what the Russians are trying to do is they're trying to sneak into some of these buildings, and they stay there, 3 or 4 of them, and then another group of 3 or 4 will try and they'll try and mass in a particular place until there's enough of them, perhaps platoon or company strength, to then attack a fortified Ukrainian position.
And so they're literally picking off Russian troops in support of infantrymen, 100 meters away or so. Is that right?
Right, so the Ukrainian infantry are in other houses or other basements around these positions, and the Russians are trying to find a weak point that they can get in. And so sometimes the infantry are pushing the Russians into a particular building, and then calling in the FPV strikes. And so we're sitting there, and you can hear the FPV drone pilots calling in what they see on their drones, and then the major will he'll look at a particular drone feed. He has several drone feeds to choose from on his screen. We're just seeing one of them here, but there's a big bank of monitors with different drone feeds on it. He'll pick up one that's particularly interesting, then issue commands as to whether to launch FPV drone strikes against a particular target. And they have a threshold for doing that as well, where they probably won't launch an FPV strike against one soldier, but if there's 3 or 4, then they'll definitely start trying to take them out.
You also met with the 32nd's deputy commander. What did he have to say about the situation on the battlefield, and especially about how the Ukrainian government is handling recruitment at the moment?
So the 32nd Brigade had been brought in to try and hold the line around Toretsk, because before it had been held mostly by territorial defense and another brigade that was tired. And when that brigade withdrew, it created a weakness in that sector that the Russians were able to exploit. The Russians are fighting much smarter now. They're exploiting positions where there are weaker Ukrainian units rather than weaker fortifications. They're not looking at the fortifications, they're looking at the units and attacking those, and that's allowing them to flank.
Ti serve di più potenza, più controllo? Allora hai bisogno del VPS hosting di Hostinger. Di addio alle limitazioni dei server e accedi a molto altro ancora. Più spazio di archiviazione, più memoria, più traffico e velocità, più valore per i tuoi soldi. Snapshot in tempo reale e backup settimanali automatici gratis. Più sicurezza, meno di DOS. Più intelligenza, assistenza AI e supporto clienti. Soddisfa ogni tua esigenza e ancora di più. Paga meno di quanto ti aspetti e fai sì che il tuo server sia online in pochi minuti. Vai su hostinger.it e ottieni di più. Scelto da milioni di utenti in tutto il mondo. Hostinger 3, 2, online.
Stronger units with some success, and what this the Lieutenant Colonel said to me is that he was frustrated with the Ukrainian government because they hadn't mobilized troops quick enough, and they weren't mobilizing them successfully enough and in the wrong way, because he felt that the message that was getting out to Ukrainian society is that we need more troops because there are so many casualties. And he said that, look, it's not the case that everyone that comes to the front line is dying. during a campaign, 5 to 7 people might die, 20 to 30 might get injured, which ranges from serious injuries to very light injuries, but they need to go to hospital. And then others might withdraw from the front because they're sick or they're unhealthy, because they spent so long at the front eating unhealthy foods or drinking energy drinks all the time, which is what the soldiers there do. And they simply need a break. And so he wants the messaging of the Ukrainian government to change, to say, look, there's so many soldiers who've been fighting now for 2.5 years. It's your duty to go forward and to take up positions just to give these guys a break. But instead, the messaging seems to be that we don't have enough people because our casualties are so severe, or there is no messaging to counter that information. And so he's very frustrated that the motivation isn't there from Ukrainians. There's just a fear, there's just a tactic of fear to try and coerce people to go to the front and round them up, and not inspire them positively, but just terrorize them into joining.
And of the troops that you met that were there, did you feel that they wanted to be there? They hadn't been coerced, as you were saying, that he was thinking that he was fearing? I mean, did you feel that they had a strong sense of moral courage and reason to be there?
I think the troops that we spoke to did feel like that, but it's always a difficult one because you're speaking to troops that agree to give you an interview. So people that will give you an interview are more likely to be motivated. They want the world to understand what they're doing. So it's a kind of self-selecting process really there.
Really interested to also hear about your time in Hrovdivka. Can you tell me a bit more about what you did there?
So I was spending time with the 47th Brigade. It's this brigade that's very well equipped with US Abrams tanks and Bradleys. And they've been brought in to try and hold the line around Pokrovsk. They've been in some of the fiercest fighting. They were the spearhead of the summer counteroffensive. And then they were brought in to try and hold lines at Avdiivka. So they've taken very heavy casualties, but they're still being used because they have these very effective fighting vehicles, the Bradleys. And the Bradleys have proved to be very resistant even to drone strikes. They have a very effective gun, the Bushmaster cannon, which is very good at clearing Russian positions and making short work of any Russian armored fighting vehicles that they come up against. So they have been thrown into battle time and time again in some of the most difficult places.
I was just going to say to you, I mean, they always want more, and I think you wrote in your dispatch that they want more of these combat vehicles. How are they actually using them with their sparse resources as they see it?
So the way that they use these fighting vehicles has changed, I think, from the way that the Bradleys were envisioned to be used. But they are basically waiting until there is a large target of opportunity. Maybe it's a tank, maybe it's a Russian fighting vehicle, or maybe it's a Ukrainian position that's about to be overrun. And then they're called in from a distance by a commander using a drone feed, guided using a drone feed, to the extent almost like you're playing a computer game left and right, and the driver just follows the instructions. And then they fire at the target that they're given by the commander. It's not really engaging targets of opportunity. It's very specific, kind of a fire mission almost, that they're told to go on. Their fire is corrected by commanders using drones, and then they have to pull back very quickly because they are a priority target for Russian drones and artillery attack.
It's hotly contested, this part of the Donbass, isn't it? How effective are these vehicles proving?
So they're saving a lot of lives, and the Ukrainians really like them. They're very happy with these vehicles because lots of the vehicles will get hit 4, 5, 6 times, and they'll still be able to drive out of there. Or even if they have to drive some distance on fire and then evacuate the troops, they're able to do that. And most of the troops inside will be alive. So the crews that drive them credit them with saving lots of lives. They also say the weapon, the Bushmaster cannon, is incredibly effective at piercing Russian armor and making short work of Russian infantry that are coming towards them. So they're really, really keen on them. And they say that actually the armor of the Bradleys, the reactive explosive armor, is better even than the US Abrams, which have had a lot of problems with the kind of new form of warfare and Russian drone attacks.
That's fascinating. Last time I spoke to you, you'd been in the Kharkiv region, and I was just wondering if you were able to catch up with any of your contacts there and get an idea of what's going on.
So it looks like the Kharkiv region is, from a Ukrainian perspective, more or less stable, but the Ukrainians have had to throw in a lot of troops and a lot of equipment, and a lot of their ammunition supplies have gone in the Kharkiv direction to try and push the Russians back away from Kharkiv. It's such an important city, a city of 1.5 million people. And they have driven, you can see on some of the maps that are produced, they have driven the Russians back from Lipsy, which is this really key area. If the Russians had got into Lipsy, they could have used those heights to bring barrel artillery to bear on the city itself. And they haven't gotten there, and even in Vovchansk, the Ukrainians have managed to push the Russians back from certain areas, and even perhaps encircle some Russian units who are stuck in Volchansk there. The fighting is still very fierce in that area, but it doesn't look like the Russians are able to advance there. They've ground to a halt, really.
And how does your experience of the front line this time compare to what you experienced and saw in Vovchansk and Lipsy?
It's a different situation, I think, because it's at Lipsy and Vovchansk the situation was very dynamic. The Russians were moving forward. It was always a bit worrying when you going somewhere with a Ukrainian unit because you didn't know where the lines were going to change. And we were in that foxhole where the Russians ended up being within automatic weapons range. You could hear the automatic weapons, which is not a place you really want to be. Whereas in the Donbass, they are pushing forward, but it's attrition. So you can see that they're trying to creep forward, and they do get strongholds, and they use their manpower advantage to get forward, and they are advancing rapidly, relatively rapidly. It's kind of 10 kilometers in 2 weeks, which is significant given the pace of this war normally. But you'd be able to tell that the Russians are coming, they're driving forward, and you'll be able to be in quite a stable place. You won't be in danger of being overrun when you go to visit a frontline position.
And during this reporting trip, you wrote a dispatch, very interesting dispatch about Ukraine's partisans and in particular the resistance movement in Crimea. Can you tell us who they are exactly?
So this is a group called Atesh, which in Crimean Tatar means fire. And they are a resistance movement primarily in Crimea, but also they've employed some people in Russia itself. And they have a mix of motivations. So there is a strong Crimean Tatar community, or at least there was prior to occupation in Crimea, and they have traditionally resisted the Russian occupation. Stalin deported hundreds of thousands of Tatars from Crimea, and they have this kind of historic memory of this behavior by the Russians. So they have been attacking Putin's railway, which he wants to build to create a land bridge from Russia all the way through occupied south of Ukraine to Crimea and replace the Kerch Bridge as the main supply route into Crimea. And they're trying to kind of foil this effort by blowing up sections of track and burning relay boxes. They also use cash payments to recruit Russians who might be already disgruntled with the Kremlin. And this is a big part of their recruitment campaign. Their posters always have someone, handing out tons of cash. So it's offering cash reward if you're willing to do something against the Russian state.
How difficult was it to make contact with them?
It's pretty difficult, although, all of these operations have a kind of information operations element to them. So they have a Telegram channel, and that's partly how they recruit new members. They try and do as much of this online as possible so they don't expose their operatives, their agents, to the risk of a face-to-face meeting when they know the FSB are trying to infiltrate their group. So we had to write to the Telegram channel that they were operating, and then we had to verify them with Ukraine's military intelligence to make sure this was the real Telegram channel, because there's also the FSB have set up a fake Telegram channel in order to try and lure unsuspecting Ukrainians or Crimean Tatars or Russians into communicating with the FSB and demonstrating their sympathy for a partisan movement.
So you're telling me about how they're trying to sabotage the Russian war effort by attacking the railway links. Can you? And there's one person in particular who you wrote about and you feature. Can you tell me a little bit more about this saboteur?
So there was a young lad who's actually Russian, who was sabotaging areas of the rail inside Russia, inside the Rostov region, and he was setting fire to relay boxes, and he'd been recruited quite recently by Atesh, and he told about his experience and how nerve-wracking it is, because he knew that if the FSB caught him, it wasn't a question of how many years in jail he faced, but how badly he'd be tortured and if he'd just be disappeared altogether, because this is kind of Putin's personal project. This great railroad that will secure the future of Crimea is something Putin is very carefully invested in, and he has announced it himself in March this year. So he was talking about the worry that he had even to do this kind of relatively minor act of sabotage, which is basically getting together an explosive liquid, pouring it onto a relay box and setting fire to it. which is still very disruptive to the Russians. In doing so, he went to reconnoiter the route several times, and he actually, in order to kind of bolster his courage, I think, and also to give him some cover, he went on a date. He organized a date, and he said he was going to visit this girl, and then during their walks, he would look at the relay boxes and figure out how the best way to get there and get back was without being caught. And she didn't know anything about his mission, his real objective. But he thought if he was captured, he could say, look, I just went to this area because I was going for a walk with my date.
And what was his motivation to take such risks?
So he said he was frustrated with how many people in his area were coming back from the front. They were coming back from the front line either as alcoholics because they're so traumatized by what they've been through, or as he said, cripples because they've been injured by the fighting. And he didn't want to become one of those people, and he thought that he might well be pressed into going to the front himself anyway, and he wanted to take some kind of almost a preemptive revenge on the Russian state for doing this to his community and potentially doing it to him as well.
You mentioned earlier the kind of the fake Telegram channels that the Russians have taken up to try, the FSB has taken up to set up to try and catch people. What other measures are they taking to try and thwart this?
So the Russians have tried to fortify this area of railway. They put up defensive. There's armored vehicle patrols. There's lots of surveillance cameras. They've got patrols regularly going, infantry patrols regularly going up and along their lines, and they're trying to. Whenever there is a sabotage attack, they go into the villages nearby and basically turn the villages inside out to try and find out if there are any partisan sympathizers there. They go into houses, they check people's phones, they search houses, and some of the villages, if they suspect them, they've basically disappeared, and we're not really sure what happens to them after that.
And also fake partisans they have as well?
So, yeah, the FSB have been so desperate to infiltrate this movement that they have put forward people who would offer themselves as partisans in order to kind of win the trust of the Atesh coordinators. And Atesh have very successfully exploited this, and they've persuaded some of the Russian FSB agents who they say they identify with the help of Ukrainian intelligence. And once they identify them, they ask them to do tasks for them as if they were a genuine partisan. And they say they have persuaded some FSB operatives to do things such as setting recruitment centers on fire with Molotov cocktails in order to prove their loyalty to the partisan movement.
Maxim, you have only just got back, but a lot's happened also since you got back. And I'm guessing if you're in the country, you might be heading up to Sumy right now. Can you tell me, when you sort of take a step back, how you what your takeaways are from this trip and what's been happening in recent days?
Sure. Well, I think the situation in the Donbass is pretty dire for the Ukrainians. They're being pushed back, and the weakness in terms of manpower is being exploited. Now, the Ukrainians are always taking a really big gamble in pushing their forces across the border from Sumy into Russia. You know, those are forces that could be used to bolster forces in the Donbass, and I think they're taking a gamble that they can preempt the possible Russian attack on Sumy, which is just across the border. It's a major city for Ukraine. And they can also divert some of those Russian forces from the Donbass north. Or maybe if the Russians don't divert resources, they will continue with a very ambitious operation to take and hold territory inside Russia that will be useful if they are forced to go to the negotiating table by a possible Trump presidency in November. They can offer that the land that they've taken in exchange for some of the recent gains made by Russia.
Maxim Tucker, it's been great speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me, Kate.
You've been watching Frontline for Times Radio with me, Kate Chabot. My thanks to our producers today, Louis Sykes and Morgan Burdick, and for you for watching. If you'd like to support us, you can subscribe now, or you can listen to Times Radio for the latest news and in-depth analysis, or go to thetimes.co.uk. For now, though, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I'm David Knowles, and this is Ukraine, the latest. Today, we continue to bring you updates and analysis of Ukraine's surprise attack on Russia's Kursk region. We report on the rise of war tourism and bring you new, important details about the missile that Russia fired at the Okhmadit Children's Hospital in Kyiv last month.
Bravery takes you through the most unimaginable hardships to finally reward you with victory.
The first duty of my government is security and defence, to make clear our unshakable support of NATO and with our allies towards Ukraine.
Kyiv stands strong. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
It's Friday, the 9th of August, 2 years and 172 days since the full-scale invasion began. And today I'm joined by our associate editor Dominic Nichols, Brussels correspondent Joe Barnes, reporter Lauren Sharaf, and our guest is Damien Speters, Director of Expeditionary Operations at the Conflict Armament Research Group. I started by asking Dom for the latest news from Russia.
Ukrainian forces have continued their rapid advance into Kursk Oblast with what seems now to be a much larger force than had previously been assessed. We think it's now around 4 brigades worth of Ukrainian armour equipped with American Stryker. These have been visually confirmed. American Stryker, German Marder infantry fighting vehicles. No real word yet from Kyiv authorities, as you might expect, but in last night's address, President Zelensky hailed Ukraine's capture of what he said was 350 square kilometres of Russian territory, saying his forces had turned the table on the Kremlin and brought war to its land. Now, news is very sketchy. Most sources come from geolocation, mainly from the Institute for the Study of War, and also the Russian mill blogger community, who have been very active, very, very vocal, and as we say, a bit like the stop clock telling the correct time twice a day. Sometimes these folks are on the money, and if you take away the frothiness of it, you can try and see the wood for the trees thing. However, the Telegraph has also been able to confirm some reporting, which I'll mention a little bit later. Some news also has come from Apti Aladinov. He's the commander of the Chechen Akhmat unit that's fighting for Russia. He posted a video yesterday in which he said Ukrainian forces had advanced around 10 kilometres into Kursk. It was seen as a rare admission of Russian weakness. I think he's being a bit on the lighter side there, saying 10 kilometres. But this guy, Aladinov, he's a close ally of the Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov. He's also an official in Russia's defence ministry. On his video, he said, "The situation is not irreversible. Nothing supernatural happened. Yes, our people died. That's a fact. The enemy has entered several settlements." So odd, you don't often see this. He said his forces, the Chechen forces, were unable to stop the Ukrainian advance because Kyiv's troops had just bypassed key strongholds. A good military tactic. Don't apply strength to strength. Just go around it if you can. Isolate it, move on. However, the Russian mill blogger Yuri Kotenuk said that Chechen units in that area had fled after the Ukrainian attack. There does seem to be a bit of a war of words at the moment between certainly the mill blogger community. Not seen anything official from Russia against the Chechen units, but there is a suggestion that they didn't put up much of a fight. But as I say, news is very, very sketchy. Now, Kyiv appears to have bolstered its forces, sent in reinforcements, second echelon troops, as they'd be termed in military terms. They'd be there to replace those in front of them that were either exhausted or been depleted by enemy action. The Ukrainian forces also said to have been mining the main roads down which any counterattack from Russia would come, and increasing the number of air defence assets in the area. Russian mill bloggers said that a carefully coordinated electronic warfare jamming operation by Ukrainian forces had left Russian units unable to communicate, and other Russian sources warned that, quote, "the scale of the crisis is expanding," end quote. They're saying Ukrainian units are moving at high speed, bypassing Russian fortifications and attempting to expand the bridgehead that they've managed to achieve in the last couple of days. It's difficult to get a very clear idea of how far Ukraine has advanced, but local residents were being evacuated from the town of Lugov. That's about 30 km northeast of Koronovo. There's a video circulating on social media showing that. Now, that area, that's about 40 kilometres from the nearest border point with Ukraine. It's on the main east-west road that comes out of Ukraine and runs east-west into Kursk city itself. That area where the people are being evacuated from, there's no suggestion that there's armed action happening there at the moment, but they have said they've beefed up security, although there's no indication at present that is one of the Ukrainian objectives. Footage from the Deep State analytical site, which is a usually reliable source, showed a destroyed Russian column of 15 military trucks about 20 kilometers west from Lgov on that road, on that east-west road, reportedly near the town of Rilsk, and the Telegraph has been able to confirm this. We've geolocated that ourselves. Oliver Carroll, foreign correspondent of The Economist, said many trucks had been hit, leaving scores of dead Russians. There is footage on social media. Just keep an eye out. What I've seen, it didn't have a graphic content warning before it started playing, so just be aware if you're looking around. There's some very graphic images of these trucks that have been hit. We think last night, a lot of dead people there. Judging by how the trucks have been hit, there's lots of small holes in the fabric of the roof. It looks like that may have been a cluster munition attack there. Now, Russian mill bloggers say Ukrainian forces have been seen 35 kilometers from the international border along the Sumy Oblast area. They've been seen in small groups that far ahead, and they are not immediately trying to hold territory, which suggests to me there'd be reconnaissance elements looking for routes and weaknesses and obstacles and that kind of thing. Rybar, one of the authoritative Russian military bloggers, wrote on Telegram, Ukrainian formations have already begun digging in at the achieved lines, introducing a second echelon. Now, Reuters reporting Yuri Podlyaka, who's a popular Ukrainian-born pro-Russian military blogger. They're quoting Podlyaka as saying, Sudza, that's the nearest town across the border, Sudza is basically lost to us, and this is an important logistics hub. In general, the situation is difficult and continues to deteriorate, despite the fact that the pace of the Ukrainian offensive has noticeably dropped. End of quote from him. Now then, battlefield footage that again you can find on social media. Reports reportedly shows disabled Russian tanks, destroyed helicopters, damaged buildings, lots of dead soldiers. It is extremely difficult to try and either geolocate it or verify any of this. There's also footage allegedly showing Russian strikes on Ukrainian vehicles. And I'm sorry, there's going to be lots of allegedly and reportedly as we cover this, because, as I say, verifiable news is so hard to come by. Now, Russian jets were seen flying low over the area, no doubt to avoid their defences. And as we reported yesterday, there's more footage of that video showing dozens of Russian prisoners of war being marched away under armed guard by Ukrainian forces. Russia is thought to have called up its own special forces to stage a fight back before Ukraine gets a chance to dig in. Videos circulated by Russian social media accounts purported to show Wagner Group troops confirming they've been sent to secure and stabilise the Kursk region. A Ukrainian intelligence source speaking to The Economist said the Russians are making very stupid errors, and it's all down to their corrupt top-down management, which prioritises good news over the truth. The Kremlin has declared a federal emergency in the area and ordered residents of 4 towns to evacuate. As I mentioned one earlier on, people are being moved into temporary shelters. Putin has promised one-off payments of 10,000 rubles, that's about 90 quid, 114-ish US dollars. These payments to Kursk residents to assist with evacuations. They'll be thrilled with that. Now, Putin has convened another Security Council meeting for today. I've seen footage of it. It's happened in the last couple of hours. The last one was 2 days ago, you may remember, when General Gerasimov, the head of the Russian armed forces, said everything was under control. Now, Russian media reported today that issues of combating terrorism were discussed, and the FSB director, Alexander Bortnikov, made a report. Interestingly, Gerasimov was not there today. I mean, it can't be long before he gets sacked. In his nightly address yesterday, I quoted a little bit from earlier on, President Zelensky also said, Ukrainians know how to achieve their goals, and achieving the goals at war was not our choice. Russia brought the war to our land, and it should feel what it has done. His presidential advisor, Mikhailo Podolyak, said the incursion into Russia would strengthen Kyiv's hand in any future peace talks with Moscow, one of the suggested aims of the operation. Mr. Podolyak said, when you increase Russian losses, when you ramp up their war costs, such as destroyed military equipment, lost territory, lost people, will this affect how they perceive their war? Without a doubt. And then from Russia, in a very brief moment of lucidity, Dmitry Medvedev said that the Ukrainian attack was an attempt to force Russia to divert resources from the front and to show the West that Ukraine could still fight. Startling strategic insight there. He then reverted to type, saying, as a result of the Kursk attack, Russia should expand its war aims to include taking all of Ukraine. He said, from this moment on, the special military operation should acquire an openly extraterritorial character. No, I've got no idea either. He went on, he said Russian forces should go to Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Mykolaiv, Kyiv, and beyond. He says, oh, here we go. We will stop only when we consider it acceptable and profitable for ourselves. He's seemingly oblivious to the fact that Russia still hasn't taken Kyiv after 2.5 years of their lightning 3-week advance and not in control of the whole country. And just finally, Reuters, finally for this bit, Reuters are reporting that gas is still thought to be flowing through Sudza via the pipeline there. It carries about, nearly 15 billion cubic meters of gas last year, which is about half of Russia's gas exports to Europe. I'll talk about that line a little bit later as well. Now then, elsewhere, away from this incursion, let's go a bit further northeast into Russia, and an overnight drone strike against a military airbase in Russia's Lipetsk Oblast set off a chain explosion, detonating more than, we thought, high hundreds. Ukraine's put a figure of 700 bombs destroyed. That's very specific, but a lot of there was an enormous, great big bang. So the Lipetsk 2 airbase is about 150 k's northeast of the Kursk fighting, about 350 kilometers northeast of Kharkiv, to give you a rough area. This is a source in Ukraine's intelligence agency speaking to the Kyiv Independent. It's thought that glide bombs were kept at the site, which might have been the target, or might have been a secondary explosions. Now, Russian authorities had earlier said that a fire had broken out at the military airfield and an energy facility was damaged in a drone attack in the oblast. The source speaking to Kyiv Independent said there were fighter jets and helicopters at the Lipetsk 2 airbase. This is just on the western edge of the city of Lipetsk. It's about 500,000 people. It's quite a sizable city. It's unknown if any aircraft were damaged or destroyed. Videos you'll find on social media, I'm looking at various Russian Telegram channels, showed a massive explosion, although it's impossible really to verify from that. The General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces confirmed the attack on the airfield, but said the damage was still being clarified. Down south now, and Russia's defense ministry said that 75 Ukrainian drones had been intercepted overnight over 6 different oblasts, as well as occupied Crimea. The ministry also claimed that 7 naval drones in the Black Sea had been intercepted. Next, a source in the SBU, the Security Service of Ukraine, again speaking to Kyiv Independent, said that a first-person view drone operated by the agency had hit another Russian military helicopter in mid-air over Kursk Oblast. If so, this would be the second such incident in a week. Now, I've watched the video that they put out to accompany this news, provided by the source, and from the video, I'm not convinced the aircraft was hit by the drone. It looks to me as if the FPV flew underneath the tail rotor just as the feed cut out. Nevertheless, this could be a very interesting new tactic if drones are going for helicopters. I don't know if you've got the control to be able to direct it specifically into the tail rotor. As I said yesterday, that's very critical, that part. But basically, if anything, a drone hits any part of an aircraft, especially a helicopter in flight, it's probably not going to end well. I can assure you it would be very, very hard for a pilot to see a drone coming against a clear sky, especially with the closing speeds. If you're talking like 130, 140 knots, about 150 miles an hour-ish, you're just not going to see these things against the sky, let alone, I reckon it's virtually impossible to see a drone against ground clutter. So if you're looking down, if the drone is below you, and you've got all the trees and buildings, God knows what else, very, very difficult to see a drone coming at you. I don't think they'd be picked up either. Please tell me if you've got more knowledge on this than me, but I don't think a radar warning receiver would pick up something as small as an FPV drone either coming towards you. So I think this could be an interesting new tactic if it is such by Ukraine. Now then, on Ukraine's side, they said air defences shot down all 27 attack drones launched by Russia overnight. That comes from the Air Force. And then just in the last couple of hours, to bring you just up to speed here, David, footage on social media just in the last 2 hours shows a supermarket in Konstantinivka in flames after a Russian strike. The regional governor, Vadim Filashkin, said that artillery had killed 10 and injured 35. Those are the last numbers I've seen. President Zelensky said that search and rescue operations are ongoing, with some people still trapped under the rubble. A freight department of Nova Pochta, that's Ukraine's largest postal service, was also badly damaged in the strike. Injuries reported there. That was in the supermarket. Konstantinivka, you'll remember, it's regularly hit. It's right in the centre of the country. You may remember another Russian attack on a market in the town last September, killed 17 and injured over 30. So there's still a lot of activity in the Donbass, although we are necessarily focusing more on the north right now. And that's us up to speed, David.
Well, thank you very much, Dom, for bringing us all of that news. I know that we've been talking a lot this morning, ferrying updates and news back and forth to verify everything and try and put it all together and bring it to you. Joe Barnes, you've been covering this story, this incursion into Kursk, over the past few days. Dom's brought us up to speed, brought us the news. What aspects of this story would you like to bring out and examine for our listeners?
Well, where do we start? It's been rather bonkers, but there's a few comparisons we can draw to other military operations that Ukraine has carried out in terms of the Russian response. So I remember Roland Oliphant and I, September 22, were, as you do, going through like Russian Telegram channels and checking out what's happening around the battlefront, and we noticed people complaining about build-ups of troops, the weak parts in defences from the Russian side. And then the Kharkiv counteroffensive happened. While what's happening in Kursk isn't as dramatic as that, it was I think 90 kilometres in a day in Kharkiv, not so much in terms of advance here, but it's still very dramatic. And it's the same complaints. It's Russians complaining that areas aren't well manned, they're filled with lowly trained conscripts who aren't organised, who aren't communicating between one another. And as soon as the going gets tough, they just get running instead of the tough get going, or literally get going, I guess. So that's one thing that I've been looking at. The other is the sophistication that Ukraine has put into this. And it's clearly like what is coming out of this is clearly a planned operation. I'm sure we can all discuss why we think it's happening, what are the potential outcomes in a second. But what we've noticed is there was lots of shaping strikes around this region, whether it be drone strikes hitting telecommunications and infrastructure, things like that. The other thing, the electronic warfare thing, seems to be a really, really big element to this. We often hear that the Russians have an advantage when it comes to electronic warfare, especially in Donbass, Donetsk, Luhansk, on those front lines with blockers out there severing drone feeds, etc. But it looks like Ukraine has actually been able to generate its own electronic warfare force on this approach, on this incursion, where it's been able to basically scramble the communications between individual Russian units. And because they're poorly trained, they're not battle hardened, this is them then struggling to communicate. And that's what causes this disarray. And it's been really tricky for the Russians on that regard. And you can tell that from certain elements of the response. For instance, yesterday, piece in today's paper, it was online yesterday, we looked at whether the Russian Ministry of Defense had edited or tweaked a social media statement, and it emerged it had, where it basically said, there's a small reconnaissance and sabotage group of the Ukrainians. We beat and battered them, and they beat a hasty retreat. That then suddenly started disappearing when these Russian military bloggers, social media figures started saying, hang on, there's still Ukrainians around and they're actually making progress. You can't be doing this. So actually the Russian side are in a bit of disarray. Is Putin getting the actual information? I think he is now, because they've actually just declared a federal state of emergency for the Kursk region, which is really elevating it. Putin, I'm sure that you already know, has taken basically personal charge and put in one of the deputy prime ministers in charge of managing Kursk rather than the local authorities. You've got things like that. There is actually concern. And what we're seeing this morning is we've had this big strike on this convoy, which is clearly Russian reserves being brought in to try and stabilise the new front. He's trying to stage a fight back, put defences in. And each of those trucks, I think we can count about, if you look at the video, there's a morning video, which all shows a car driving past in daylight. If you're squeamish, should come with graphic content warning, as Dom said, bodies hanging out. But there's 14 of these trucks, and Ukraine, I think Nexta had done an analysis saying that each of those trucks could carry about 35 fully armed infantry soldiers. And they predicted that between 200 and 490 Russian soldiers could have been killed or wounded, which would mark one of the biggest losses in a single attack. And that's actually on Russian soil, 25 miles inside of Russian soil. So you've got the Russian military bloggers saying, it's HIMARS. Obviously no comment. The Americans, they have their stance on HIMARS and they're being very, we've told the Ukrainians they can use them, HIMARS on Russian territory if it's for defending Ukraine. But we see that as referring to protecting the Kharkiv, not on this new front. So yeah, interesting stuff. And I guess we can have a conversation of why we think Ukraine are doing it.
Let's kick that off, Joe. Do you want to go first? What are your initial thoughts on that?
Initial thoughts. I am still trying to actually come to a conclusion myself, but there are things that we're picking up. So in Sutska is one of the main gas terminals that pumps Russian natural gas into Europe. And it's probably the last gas terminal. It equates to about half of Russia, through the pipeline it attaches to, is about half of Russia's natural gas exports to Europe. Big revenue generator. If Ukraine was to capture that and destroy it, or just keep it under its own control, it would then control a significant revenue generator for the Kremlin, which most of that tax money, as we know, gets thrown into the war chest for funding the invasion of Ukraine. Another more outlandish one that's been floated around the Russian military blogger community is that Ukraine isn't that far away from the Kursk nuclear power plant. Is it going to try and take the power plant and then basically trade it off for Zaporizhzhia? Because then they've got a like-for-like swap. Probably more outlandish because it's actually a long way to go. I think Ukraine, it's about an 80-kilometre march. So what's that? Just about 40 miles, well, more than that, 50, 60 miles to go until they reach that point. And then the other more obvious one is Ukraine likes to demonstrate to Russian civilians that their country is at war. And it's not just this special military operation. So by running amok and running a riot inside of Russia, they did it in Belgorod using anti-Kremlin Russians. Now they're actually using a full Ukrainian force to do it. They're showing Russians that the war has come to them. And Zelensky said exactly that. And maybe potentially Putin isn't the man to handle and look over them.
Joe, any other diplomatic or any other updates you'd like to bring us before we go to Lauren?
Andriy Yermak, Zelensky's chief of staff, all-powerful guy, has given an interview, Yurovsky Pravda outlet, and it's been picked up by Reuters. And he's basically said in an interview that a second Kyiv-led peace summit should not be treated as a start of negotiations with Russia. You'll remember back, earlier this year, there was a peace summit held by Ukraine in Switzerland, which got about 80 countries to sign a declaration committing to supporting peace on 3 out of 10 of Zelensky's 10-point peace plan that he's drawn up. And it's nuclear safety, it was withdrawing from Ukrainian territory and returning prisoners, mainly children. And we're under the working assumption that Ukraine wants to hold another one of these, potentially in the Middle East, towards the end of the year. November's being talked up. And most notably, the Ukrainians are saying, look, we want Russia to be part of this summit. We want them to attend. So this is what Yermak had to say. So it's possible for a Russian representative to attend the second summit to whom this plan could be handed over. One should not treat the second summit as the beginning of negotiations with Russia. Then he went on, we want this to happen, but there are conditions without which a second summit cannot take place. And that is referring to the drafting of a joint peace plan. So Russia has basically said, look, this summit that you held was a load of nonsense. It's nothing to do with us. But that was at a time when its forces were advancing through the Donbass, making not substantial ground, but making enough gains to make Ukraine's life quite uncomfortable. They'd be thinking about what they have to do to stop this. Maybe launch an incursion into Kursk is one of the ways of doing that. But now we've got this going on. We've got some serious strikes at the airfield today, 700 bombs being talked of. You could look at it in a different light, how things swing like a pendulum. And the Ukrainians are definitely trying to regain the initiative at some point. So yeah, interesting to see that now Ukraine is really beating the drum to get Russia involved in these peace summits and basically say, look, we're not going to allow it to be in the negotiation, but we want you to hear our demands because we keep on hearing Putin's maximalist demands elsewhere.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. As I said, we'll come back to Dom later to get your thoughts on this incursion into Kursk. But let's leave the battlefront for the moment and go to our reporter, Lauren Sharef. Lauren, you've been looking at a completely different story in regards to Ukraine, that of war tourism. Could you just start by explaining what drew you to the story in the first place?
Hi, David. Yeah, so actually there was a report in a different newspaper by a foreign correspondent detailing how he discovered that there were people leading tours of Bucha, which is one of the worst affected towns in the Kyiv area, as I'm sure everyone listening will know. And I was really interested by that to find out the scale of what was happening and who's going on these tours and how easy it is to go on if you really decide that you want to do that. So I looked into it, and there are, I think, about a dozen different companies offering these tours, and I'm sure probably more locally as well for people who are in Ukraine itself, and rather than just advertising online.
So why are people going to these places? What do they get from it? And how are they getting in? Who's organising it? Who have you been speaking to, Lauren?
Yes, I think what people are getting from it varies depending on who's visiting. It seems like some of this is coming around the dark tourism industry, which has grown up around Chernobyl over the last 10 years in Ukraine. And a lot of people go out of morbid interest in what's happened in Bucha and other places like it. But there's also people who want to go and see the destruction firsthand rather than just through what they've seen reported in the media. That's what one tour guide I spoke to told me, who offers tours from Kyiv and into the surrounding area. And in terms of how people are getting there, I would imagine that it's mixed, and I don't have the details of how everyone's travelling there. I did speak to Maria Romanenko, who is a tour guide living in Manchester now, as well as a journalist, who's planning to take a group to Lviv later this year. And the group that she's leading will get a bus to Poland, will fly to Poland, and then get a bus over the border. And I would imagine that a lot of that is going on. But I think it varies quite dramatically person to person. I did speak to one YouTuber who's made his own way to Ukraine just by driving. And I think people who are visiting from Central Europe might be doing that as well.
One day, Lauren, will tell the story of how Dom and I got in on our first trip to Kyiv. But what can you tell us about the people going? Where are they from, and what have they said about their experience?
So according to the guys that I spoke to, around half of them are American, which I understand is quite typical of people in the dark tourist demographic. But there are also a lot of Brits as well, and a lot of people from neighbouring countries who perhaps have a personal relationship with Ukraine. A lot of them find it quite harrowing, as you would imagine, and really feel moved by the resilience of people living in places like Bucha. And I think a lot of them are also interested to see the material evidence of the conflict that happened there in terms of different vehicles and weapons that have been left behind, and that's evidence of the destruction from a point of interest in examining that historical material firsthand. So I think there's been a real range of experience in terms of what I've heard from people, and a lot of them, or everyone that I spoke to, really was really struck by how fantastic people in Ukraine are and how their response has been to everything they've gone through. That's probably the main takeaway.
I mean, that's the next question, isn't it? What's the Ukrainians' reaction to people coming to be tourists in places that were the scenes of horrific war crimes? What have they told you?
Those people that I spoke to understand why people are interested in visiting areas like this and understanding it for themselves. One person I spoke to explained being a little bit desensitized to the war and feeling if people are going to come and visit, then there's understanding of that. And especially he mentioned that a lot of the people who do visit, people from America and Britain, they live in countries where their governments are paying to support Ukraine, so they're paying for that with their taxes. So had a matter-of-fact attitude to it. When I spoke to Maria, the woman who's planning to take a group to Lviv, she did express concern around the fact that amateur documentarists on YouTube going to Bucha and interviewing people who've been through the horrific things that happened there. She was concerned that might be a form of re-traumatization for those people, having to open up again and again about the things that they went through. And her main concern was that everyone leading tours like this are properly trained and that the industry is regulated, which she did also point out is difficult to do when the country that you're in has been at war for 2.5 years. So I think I would imagine that there's quite a mix among Ukrainians, and that's what I heard from the people I spoke to.
Absolutely. Lauren, what else would you like to tell us about your story here? What have we missed?
I think the most interesting thing that I found was that there are websites that appear to still be offering tours of Chernobyl and the surrounding town that was destroyed in the disaster in 1986, despite the fact that the government officially closed off the area when the war happened or not long after it, to my understanding. And some of them say you can sign up for a tour now, but we'll only really reopen it when the war is over. But the fact that that is a date that's completely uncertain and these things are still being advertised along with tours of Bucha and other areas close to the capital alongside it makes me wonder if there are still tours of Chernobyl happening and how much of that might be going around underground at the minute for those dark tourists that are still visiting Ukraine.
Thank you, Dom, Joe and Lauren. Yesterday, I spoke to Damien Spleeters, Director of Expeditionary Operations at the Conflict Armament Research Centre. We spoke about his organisation's most recent investigation into the missile that struck Ukraine's largest children's hospital on the 8th of July. Here is our conversation. Well, Damien, thank you so much for your time. It's good to see you again. Would you just remind our listeners about your work in the past 2 years?
Sure. Hi, David. Thank you for having me again. So, Conflict Armament Research is an organization that investigates the diversion of weapons and weapon components in conflicts around the world. We are sending investigators all around the world where there's a conflict, and we work there with national security forces to access whatever is being recovered. We open it up, we take detailed pictures, and then we work with the manufacturers, with the intermediaries to try to understand the chain of custody of that item and how it got where it's been used. So how it got diverted, by whom, and that's what we're trying to determine.
Your latest piece of work is looking at the missile that struck the Children's Hospital in Kiev last month. What can you tell us about that missile? What have you found?
That's right. So we have been able to document remnants of that missile that struck the Kiev hospital, I think on the 8th of July, so about a month ago. And what we've been able to see and to determine is that it is a Russian manufactured cruise missile. And that's been already determined, but we've been able to confirm that based on the remnants. But more than that, we've been able to date the production of the missile. And we've seen that it's been produced by Russia in the second quarter of 2024. So that's 12 weeks roughly, so 3 months before the attack, or as little as 8 days before the attack. This is a trend that we've seen with this very specific type of cruise missile before, used in Ukraine by Russia. We've seen this specific model before, and we've seen, based on the production number on the missile, that they were on average produced about 2 months before being used, which is very short.
Can you give us any insight into how you actually do that dating? How did you determine it was up to 3 months ago?
So most states that have an established military industry will have a need to mark the weapons that they produce and the ammunition they produce for various reasons, logistics mainly. And this is no different with this type of missile. So there's a 13-digit code. Each segment represents some information about the missile, where it's been made, the factory that made it, and especially important for us, when it's been made. So you have a part of the missile, you have 2 digits, one for the quarter and one for the year of production. Once you've been able to decipher that code, then you can determine the quarter of production of the weapon. And we've been able to double check and confirm our methodology to understand that code by looking at other components inside the missile and confirm that our assertion was correct.
And can you just spell out for us the significance of that finding, that, as you write in the notes I've got in front of me, that the missile was manufactured only weeks and potentially just days before the attacks? Why is that important?
It's important for us to determine that because it shows that Russia is in very much a hand-to-mouth type of production for highly important assets like air-delivered missiles, such as the one that we've documented there, which is in the long term very much unsustainable and very prone to disruption. So if there's a little disruption in the supply chain for parts of that missile, then it could end up having a lasting impact on Russia's ability to use this kind of assets.
Previously, when we've spoken, you've talked a lot about a use of Western components or sort of electronic chips and that sort of thing in missiles. Is that something you've observed in this case at all?
So there were no components available for the remnants of that missile. That usually is what happens when a missile functions correctly. So the strike, the detonation will destroy a large part of the missile. What remains usually is what is further away from the warhead, from the explosive part of the missile. And this is what we've been able to document in this case.
Does this tell us much about the effectiveness of international sanctions against the Russian Federation from what you found in this case?
I think this is something that needs to be taken into consideration when measuring the effectiveness of export control and sanctions, especially knowing how Russia likes to posture itself and its military as unaffected by such export control and sanctions. Well, when you are able to determine that for more than a year now, almost, they've been living hand to mouth in the production of highly important cruise missiles, that is a factor to take into consideration when measuring the effectiveness of such export control and sanctions.
You and your teams look at a number of weapon systems, missiles, drones, etc. Are there any patterns or discoveries that you've made in the past few months that you think are important for people everywhere to understand?
Yes, I think it's important also to understand that Russia has been stockpiling. In some cases, they're still going through those stockpiles. So when we see components made before the invasion, 2022, 2021, we understand that it's going to take a while for sanctions and export control to be effective against the use of those components by Russia, because they will still have to go through those stockpiles first. So export control sanctions take a long time to be effective, and it's difficult to measure their effectiveness. But the fact that we've seen that missile and determined its date of production is one of the ways to do that.
Just taking you back to something you said earlier, when you say remnants of the missile that you looked at, could you just spell out exactly what you mean? Because you say that the electronic components are destroyed because it's obviously exploded. So what exactly are we looking at, and how do you know that's what you're looking at?
We're looking at pieces of the airframe. We're looking at the engine, part of the tail. And we have been able to confirm the model of the missile because of the production mark. That is exactly the same as the ones that we have found previously on that type of missile.
Damien, is there anything we haven't spoken about that you think is important to mention at this point?
Talking about components in general, I think the work we've been doing has shown that a lot of focus has been going on manufacturers. And that's also part of the things I wish the general public would understand a bit better in terms of export control and sanctions. Like I said, it takes a while for them to be effective, but also the focus should be sometimes more also on distributors. So there's a natural funnel happening in the semiconductor industry where, as conflict armament research, we've been able to identify more than 250 manufacturers based only on logos on chips. But you have much fewer distributors. And so there's a natural funnel happening there. Those distributors will have a better visibility and control over the supply chain of components going downstream. And so I think it's very important to also work with them in order to identify the other entities down the chain, the local distributors or the intended end users that are much closer to the diversion itself. And that's key to try to solve that problem of diversion. Another thing that we've been able to determine since we talked last time, and I don't know if we discussed that already, but this kind of collaborative approach with industry has also allowed us to identify problematic entities before they even are able to buy something. So the fact that we've identified certain components with certain manufacturers constitutes for them a red flag. So they know that now when they have a new customer trying to acquire this type of component, it may be a red flag in itself. And so they contact us and we try to work with them to see if those entities are entities of concern. And working that way, we've been able to identify entities that were problematic. And so I think that's a way to go beyond this cat and mouse game that people think about when they think about sanctions. And people refer always to that expression that I'd like to delete from the English language, whack-a-mole game, right? When you have a mole popping up and you have to whack it. I'd like that expression to disappear, because when people use it, usually they use it in the sense that they want to say that it's useless, that what you're doing to stem the flow of components is not going to work, that another company will take its place, and that whatever you do, Russia will be able to acquire those components. What we are trying to show with the work that we do is that it is possible to stop them, it's possible to stem that flow, and it's even possible to identify those bad actors before they buy something. But that requires a lot of collaboration, and on the part of industry, a lot of trust, because you're sticking your neck out, you're trying something new, you don't know if it's going to work. Your experience as an industry member, an industry actor, has been that tracing is impossible. There's too many different customers, too many different distributors. And then conflict armament research comes along and we show you that actually in that long list of distributors, we can identify for you the one that's problematic. And I think for those who have trusted us, it resulted in very, very positive results.
Without wanting to be too crass and crude with this, the process you've just described, does it look something like a distributor based in a Western country comes to you and says, we've had interest in one of our products which has a certain microchip, for example. They're based in a certain country in Asia, and we're not sure about them. We're not sure why these people might want 1,000 fridges or cars or whatever. What do you think? And then you say, look, I'm not sure about them. We're not sure about their background. They have links with the Russian state or something, so maybe they're not the right people to be exporting your goods to. Is that roughly what you're talking about?
That's roughly what happens.
Okay.
Only two different things. A lot of these industry actors use automatized screening tools. And so we have seen that those automatized screening tools are not always getting the right response. And so working with us who have a very targeted approach based on evidence gathered in the field fills some of the gap that those big tools cannot fill. So that's been one feedback. And also you mentioned fridges and cars, and that's also another myth that we have to bust, is that so far we have seen no evidence of Russia buying washing machines and fridges to just take out the chips and put them in missiles. I don't think that's what's happening.
Thank you so much, Damien. Coming up, we hear Dom and Joe's final thoughts. Dom, Joe earlier gave his take on his initial thinking around the reasons behind this incursion into Kursk. Can you take us into your thinking, Dom Nicholas?
Yeah, so this is doing the round. What's the incursion all about, and what are their objectives, and what are they trying to get out of it, and all that kind of stuff. I note that our friend and colleague over at The Economist, Shashank Joshi, is asking today on Twitter, he's saying, well, they've got to define, or be helpful. They don't have to, of course, Ukrainians don't have to do anything they don't want to do, but if you don't define success, he's saying that literally anything could be painted as success or failure. So, of course, I mean, we've been talking about it for a couple of days now. I don't want to get too specific because we simply don't know, and I don't want to stray too far into armchair general territory. I wasn't a general, I was a colonel, but I do like an armchair, so I'll have a go. But I'm looking at what possible objectives are there, and we've touched on all these, and Joe mentioned many of them earlier on. Is this just an effort to bolster morale? Is it a grab for Russian prisoners to be used in future prisoner exchanges? Are they going to try and do something for the Kursk nuclear power plant? Do they want to exploit the gas line through Sudza, as Joe mentioned? Is it just a mission rehearsal? I mean, you've got all the training you can do for combined arms manoeuvre with tanks and infantry and engineers and all the rest of it. That's great, but you've got to eventually throw it into the mix. And as we saw with the counter-offensive last year, the first time you roll that out is into the maw of a very well-prepared enemy position. It's extremely hard to prevail. So maybe this was a limited mission rehearsal operation. Is it to draw reserves from Russia, or maybe forces out of the Donbass, or is it a future land grab? A land grab for future negotiations. There are other possibilities as well. Now, for my money, I don't think this is just about morale. I think it's too risky just to try and do this to bolster the domestic and international support. I also don't think they're going for the Kursk nuclear power plant. I think that's just the resources needed to do that, to hold on to it, and if anything goes wrong, then they'd be responsible, and so on and so forth. So I think those are probably beyond scope here. The gas line, yeah, maybe that might well be a secondary objective. I don't think that would be the whole point of this. It does seem a little bit, I keep saying, is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't think the gas line itself would be a major objective. Prisoners, again, I don't think that would be a primary objective. It's unlikely to be an end in and of itself. You're going to get prisoners through other military activities, so I don't think that's a primary driver. And the scale of this is unlikely to draw in Russian forces from the Donbass. So I'm thinking, is it a mission rehearsal or a land grab? It might be both. It might be possible to exploit Russian weakness, so what might start out as a mission rehearsal, if it goes well, it could extend into a land grab. But I'm leaning more towards this being a land grab. Let's have a look at the geography. The border here, in this area, in this little bit of northeast Ukraine, the border with Russia runs very roughly northwest to southeast, except for a fairly neat chunk, not square, but really quite nicely rectangular, that sticks out into Ukraine. Now, the line northwest from Sudza, which is a town just over the border that seems to be well under Ukrainian control at the moment, a line northwest from Sudza through Koronevo, which we also think is in Ukrainian hands, and onwards through Rilsk, which is where that convoy was destroyed last night. That line seems to be the main thrust at the moment. And if you push a line up that way, push troops up that way, that would straighten the border. Now, the problem when you try and punch into an enemy line is that you have exposed flanks and extended lines of resupply. You've got to send fuel, ammunition, water, all the rest of it over great distances if you've got a big sudden armoured thrust into the enemy. And very exposed flanks, very exposed sides. But if Ukraine bites off this rectangular chunk of land, it is open country. It's very good for manoeuvre. They're already beyond the only real major water obstacle in the area. So if they take off that chunk of land and effectively straighten the border between Russia and Ukraine, that means that any resupply would be on interior lines. They wouldn't be as molested potentially by Russia if they didn't have a big finger sticking out into Russian territory. They'd be working on interior lines, and their flanks would be protected because they've got Ukraine on the left and the right. So I wonder if there's all an effort to try and straighten that border through some very favourable ground for manoeuvre and armoured warfare. It's dry at the moment, it's the middle of summer. I wonder if that's what it's about. And then dig in and hang on for as long as they can. Now, what would be the indicators of this? What should we be looking out for over the weekend to try and bottom some of this out? Initially, I said a couple of days ago, I thought there were two axes of advance, one to the north and one to the northeast. Now, the northern one seems to be the axis that has extended most. And it might be because they've just been bypassing areas of Russian strength, but it might be that that's the main effort. Now, that northern line, which is now going in a kind of northwesterly direction, if that continues to be exploited, that could indicate that this is a land grab, that Ukraine are putting into practice a kind of Trump-proofing policy, anticipating future negotiations. So at the moment, that's what I think it's going to be. That seems to be where they are consolidating. I mean, it's very, very sketchy. As I said at the beginning, very difficult to get information out here. But of all the various possibilities, that for me is looking the least risky in an operation of huge risk, obviously. So keep an eye out for where they try and exploit, where Ukraine exploits, where they back the success that they have, where they choose to put their forces. They're very slim, very, very vulnerable, very, very protected forces. They don't want to use these things up lightly. However, I'll just leave you with a thought from freelance journalist Ewan MacDonald. He says that not knowing the goals of the operation is in itself a success for Ukraine. Just keeping everyone guessing, us, the Russians, the international community. I mean, this is all, as we said yesterday with Hamish DBG, this is all into surprise and deception. So I don't know if we'll ever know exactly what it was all about until the thing's well and truly over. But for now, that's where I'm leaning more towards, but keeping a very, very open mind, David.
Well, thank you very much, Dom. Joe Barnes, would you like the very final words this week?
The point about keeping Russia, keeping everyone else guessing is important, because if you look at what happened before Ukraine's what has now become known as a failed counteroffensive of last summer, we basically knew exactly what was going to happen before it happened. We knew that they were going to try and make this thrust south, splitting Russia's forces between the south and the east, and there was basically no operational secrecy about this. However, apart from the few Russians who were complaining about these odd troop build-ups in the Sumy region, and they've actually been complaining about one in Kharkiv, but we've not seen any results of that at the moment. No one was speaking about this, and it just came out of the blue. And one of the grand successes of this is it shows that Ukraine can do a bit of combined armour warfare, screaming and herring across Russian fields and stuff like that, down Russian roads, bypassing fortifications, fighting clever, and it just stows a bit of chaos. And that's, Dom will be better at describing it, but yeah, the whole point of coming in with a crash bang and wallop is you completely take your enemy by surprise and you leave them on the back foot, and that's what Ukraine's doing now.
Ukraine the Latest is an original podcast from The Telegraph. To stay on top of all of our Ukraine news, analysis and dispatches from the ground, subscribe to The Telegraph. You can get your first 3 months for just £1 at www.telegraph.co.uk/Ukraine the Latest, or sign up to Dispatches, our Ukraine newsletter, which brings stories from our award-winning foreign correspondents straight to your inbox. We also have a Ukraine live blog on our website, where you can follow updates as they come in throughout the day, including insights from regular contributors to this podcast. You can listen to this conversation live at 1 PM London time each weekday on Twitter Spaces. Follow The Telegraph on Twitter so you don't miss it. To our listeners on YouTube, please note that due to issues beyond our control, there is sometimes a delay between broadcast and upload. So if you want to hear Ukraine the latest as soon as it is released, do refer to the podcast apps. If you appreciated this podcast, please consider following Ukraine the latest on your preferred podcast app. And, if you have a moment, leave a review, as it helps others find the show. You can also get in touch directly to ask questions or give comments by emailing ukrainepod@telegraph.co.uk. We do read every message. And you can contact us directly on Twitter. You can find our Twitter handles in the description for this episode. As ever, we are especially interested to hear where you are listening from around the world. Ukraine the Latest was produced by Rachel Porter, and the executive producers are David Knowles and Louisa Wells.
Operator, it's important to work as a team. Nothing complicated. Take this chance to familiarize yourself with...
First of all, if we go back to Russia's involvement in Afghanistan, the thing that pushed Russia to leave Afghanistan was the mothers of the soldiers, because there were so many body bags coming back. It was less than 50,000. It was significantly less than the casualties that are coming back today. So that level of pressure hasn't built up yet. That's an indication of the level of control that Vladimir Putin's got over the information operation domestically, and his ability to influence the Russian thinking in that this is an existential conflict against NATO, protecting Russia and Russia's very existence. That can only last for a certain period of time. But then looking at more practical issues, you highlighted it there in that we're getting more migrants coming in, we're getting more overseas troops coming in. We've got Vladimir Putin and his Wagner group recruiting in Africa and getting African troops in. We've seen the deal that he's done with North Korea to get North Korean troops in. The African troops are very, very poorly trained, if at all. The North Korean troops are highly trained but have got zero combat experience whatsoever and work in a very serialized environment. But if he's having to turn to places like that to get manpower, to get him some form of experience, that suggests that he's in real difficulties. He can get as many other individuals, give them a couple of weeks or a couple of days training on how to use an AK-47 or different variants of it and shove them into the front line, and they will just be decimated as they are being at the moment. It is a meat grinder, and that is something that is relentless to the Ukrainians, because they can see the attacks coming in and they can see that they're killing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of human beings on a daily basis, and that will have a toll on the Ukrainians, and it's costing them as well. But nowhere near to the same sort of numbers. But we're in that attritional warfare phase at the moment, where the Ukrainians are trying to hold the Russians back until they can build up their capability that's been promised by the West for so long, and then start to have a greater effect on the front line, as well as elsewhere. They're making some small advances. They're capturing elements of territory. They've got the Ukrainian military under quite severe pressure across large parts of the front line. And therefore, if anyone was examining it, they would say that they're having some successes. But it's coming at huge cost. It's costing them over 1,000 troops a day. In the past 24 hours, the Russians have lost over 1,300 troops. They've lost over 28 artillery systems. They've lost over 12 tanks. And they're losing those sorts of numbers on a daily basis. And that is, frankly, unsustainable. No matter how big your military force is, no matter how capable it is, you're losing little bits of experience, what experience they've got left every time they lose these troops. And the equipment they're losing is the stuff that's working. The stuff that they're not putting forward is the stuff that's not working or is not up to the same sort of grade. So overall, from a tactical perspective, I think the Russians are under pressure, even though they're advancing. From an operational level and a strategic level, they're losing, and they're losing heavily.
How effective would you say Ukrainian long-range missile and drone strikes against strategic targets inside Russia have been?
I think they've been very successful, and they're getting increasingly successful. This is putting real pressure on to Vladimir Putin. Effectively, that if you include the maritime drones, have effectively decimated the Black Sea Fleet, the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Ukraine is a country without a navy anymore. That is strategically significant. We're seeing the attacks on the oil refineries. That is impacting Russia economically. And we're starting to hear the first whispers of rationing going on and the petrol pumps across Russia. That will have an impact and bring this much more into the public domain. We're seeing more success on drones attacking Russian airfields at extremely long distances, up to 1,000 kilometers away from the Ukrainian front line. And whether it's one drone gets through and explodes, whether it has a military effect or not, that doesn't matter. It's having a psychological effect at a political level. And that's something that is forcing Vladimir Putin to wake up to, and having to spread the the reducing number of air defense assets that he's got over a much wider area, and then to push those aircraft and other capabilities that are having an effect by firing missiles at Ukraine much further back to try and protect them. Again, that is limiting what he can do with them. And the Ukrainians are showing increasingly, and they're using increasingly domestically produced drones and other capability. They're showing increasingly that they can have an effect on that. That's only going to get better for the Ukrainians and worse for the Russians.
You touched on the Russian Navy there and the way the Black Sea Fleet has been destroyed in large part. What do you make of Vladimir Putin launching Russian naval drills in the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific, also in the Caspian Sea and the Baltic as well, reportedly involving most of the Russian fleet?
Well, it'll involve most of the Russian fleet that's working. There's vast parts of the Russian fleet that don't work. Their only aircraft carrier, which caught fire in dry dock, is unlikely to actually hit the high seas again. It's not scheduled to be out, I think, until 2026 or later. And therefore, what Vladimir Putin is still trying to do is to push out to those that are Russia's supporters across the world, to try and suggest that Russia is still a global power. And in many ways, it is still a global power. It can produce naval forces in the Atlantic, in the Pacific. The Black Sea is where it can't, but it can still produce naval forces in the Mediterranean. So it has got that global influence. And we have to remember that Russia is a key part of the BRICS community. And showing that global power to them is important. They're showing off to China to say, look, we are still this global power. Come and support us. We can work together. And we're seeing the joint exercises between Russia and China, and interesting Belarus and China. But take Belarus and read that as Russia and Russian influence. But it's trying to bring China closer on board. This is all Vladimir Putin trying to suggest that he's in a much stronger position than he is in reality.
I mean, it is remarkable. I mean, Russia is said to have the world's third biggest navy, and yet, as you describe, the Black Sea Fleet has been, largely destroyed, or certainly partly destroyed, by a country essentially without a navy.
Yeah.
How has that been allowed to happen? How has Russia allowed the Black Sea Fleet to be degraded to such an extent?
Well, you can expand that to how has Russia, with the third largest army in the world, allowed a country with a very small army to hold it back and not let it achieve its operational objectives. I think it's down to the way that the Russian military have trained in the past, and the way the Russian military has been sustained in the past. If we look at it from a sustainment perspective, first of all, a lot of the repairs that should have been done to Russian equipment, and naval vessels are very complicated, haven't been done. But those individuals, admirals and others responsible for it, have taken the cash for that. Corruption has been rife in the logistics support across the Russian military, their army, but also into their navy and into their air force, which is why we're not seeing decisive action by the Russian air force. And then when it comes to training, the Russians are very good at putting little displays on and going out and sail a little group of ships up and down to do a few things. But a lot of their training regimes are scripted. So whenever the senior officer is there visiting, whenever the senior politician is there observing it, they have got set serials, between X time and Y time, 3 ships will steam in that direction, do a hard left turn and fire 3 missiles. And that's what they do. But that doesn't put it into the context of warfare, and it doesn't put it into the context of what the Ukrainians are exhibiting against them, irregular warfare or special operations executive type warfare. And the Russians had never prepared for sea drone attacks or anything else. They thought themselves invincible because of their might and because of their, in inverted commas, reputation. They had over-egged their own capabilities, and the Ukrainians knew that. They've trained closely with the Russians beforehand. Many of the Ukrainian officers have been to Russian Staff College and elsewhere. They are, some of them, family friends and connections with Russian officers. They know the psyche, but they also know the Western psyche. And the Ukrainians have been very clever and been able to combine the two together, look at the vulnerabilities and exploit those vulnerabilities.
Let's talk about the F-16 fighter jets. The mood music is that their arrival in Ukraine is imminent. Is it your sense, Philip, that the first we will know of them will be when they have carried out an attack?
I suspect that they're already the first ones. The Ukrainians will be training with them quite hard, trying to keep them protected. They will carry out 1 or 2 small operations with them just to give the pilots confidence in the airframe, the weapon systems and everything else. The United States, I understand, has agreed to give the sophisticated weapons that are needed to turn the F-16 into the powerful platform that it is. But again, we're hearing, and this is only open source, that the Ukrainians have only got half a dozen of them. It's going to be a while before they get the mass that they need to have that effect. So what the Ukrainians will be looking at doing is trying to find an opportunity to use them in an ambush situation to send a clear message to the Russians that, hey, they've arrived and we've got you and we've got the weapons, because that will have that psychological effect on the Russians' ability to protect their front line with their air forces and want to push their air forces even further back. It'll also put the Russian air defense systems onto a much higher level of alert. And that's not good for Russian pilots. I think Russian air defense has shot down almost as many Russian pilots as Ukrainian air defense has done as well, because, again, lack of training, lack of proper drills, lack of command and control. They see a target, they fire first and ask questions later.
I mean, the F-16s have been described sometimes as a game changer, but are you saying that, if they do only have a handful of them, and given the issues with training, that's probably overhyped for the time being at least?
In the early days, it's overhyped. They need to be able to create a mass. They need to be able to create a mass to provide at least local air superiority over an area of the battlefield where the Ukrainians want to have an effect on the ground and concentrate their armoured forces and punch through the Russians. Until they get the masses to be able to do that, and that means being able to have almost 24/7 close air support capability, and then a combat capability above that to keep the Russian Air Force back. That takes time, that takes mass, that takes training. So it's not something that I think is going to be here during this year, during 2024. It's something that the Ukrainians will be working up to in 2025. But the Ukrainians will also want to have pre-operations to destroy as many of the Russian air force as possible. So they'll try and force them out. And when they're confident that they can use the F-16s from as much of a standoff range as possible, and they've got the weapon system, the missiles, the intelligence feeds and everything else to have that effect on the Russian air forces and destroy as many as possible in the air. That'll push the Russians even further back. They need to do that before they even contemplate supporting ground operations. So we've got a long way to go yet before we'll see the proper effect from the F-16s. And it takes the numbers, it takes the pilots trained. It takes the pilots trained not just in flying the aircraft. This is where people get really mixed up with it. Yes, you could probably put an experienced fast jet pilot into an F-16 and he can take it off and he can land it again if you're lucky. And he or she is lucky. But you can't fight it. And if you can't fight it, you'll die. It's too complicated.
Russian losses are sustainable until they're not. And we've seen this week how President Putin has issued a decree increasing the financial incentives for signing a military contract. It's clearly an issue that they're very aware of. In terms of the political risks for him, does that extend to if he has to call up younger middle-class men from the big cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow? Because at the moment, a lot of the people fighting on the front line are convicts, or they're even migrants. They haven't received much training. If he has to call up people from the big cities, is that where the political risk comes for him?
Well, let's firstly look at the numbers. So the MOD assessment, intelligence assessment, was that the Russians were on average losing 1,263 troops a day in May, and that in June they were losing 1,263 troops a day. And on the last 2 days of July, the Ukrainian intelligence indicated that on the 30th of July, that Russia lost 1,060 troops, and on the 31st of July, they lost 1,370 troops. That is a burn rate which is unsustainable. So in terms of the risks, first risk, which you've mentioned, is that to try and get voluntary manpower, Putin yesterday signed this decree giving people 400,000 rubles, which is something like $4,600, which could be supplemented by up to 1.9 million rubles by the regional areas. So that was the first thing he did. The second thing he did was the Duma overturned a rule which had exempted those who had 3 children from military service, and they also ceased the exemption for those who had a disabled child from military service. So the pot, they're trying to increase the pot. Now, it will come to a point when, if they do have to mobilize, that does come to the point when the societal contract between the Russian leadership and the Russian people has been technically broken. Now, of course, they did mobilize to stabilize the front in September 22. And it's not just that aspect of it. It is the point that the Russian economy might also be beginning to overheat. We've seen this with the Central Bank of Russia in particular. And the 3 things which were in Russia's favor to begin with at the start of the war, because of course they didn't think it would be a long war, were firstly stockpiles of Soviet-era equipment. They're not denuded to the point of exhaustion, but they're being burnt through at a severe rate. Secondly, the fact that they could take poor and unemployed people, and now, because of the war economy, there is a shortage of labour. And thirdly, they had solid finances, which are also being broken into because of the way that the liberalised economy, which came after the Soviet Union, has now been reversed into a sort of Soviet-era Putinomics. All those things mean that we're back to the Clausewitzian triangle, that either the people get fed up, the elites get fed up, or there's a revolt in the army. Now, I don't think we're going to see any of those in the next month or 2 months, but there are pressures there for Putin, which he has to manage at the political level. It's also worth saying, of course, that the most recent polling from Russia, from Levada, which is about the most credible you can get in Russia, was, again, very contradictory in what it says. 58% of people favoured peace negotiations, but that really was invalidated by the fact that 75% were against returning any of the territories which they've illegally annexed, the 4 oblasts. And at the same time, 77 people support the special military operation and feel pride for what Russia is doing in Ukraine. So until that alters significantly, and it's often difficult to alter that significantly because you've got an informational autocracy in Russia, it can only alter by the conditions in Russia. So if taxes are rising, or they don't have access to things, and more families are affected, that's when you start getting potentially internal revolts. I don't see it at the moment, but it's one to look out for in the future. So the scale of all these offences is going nowhere fast. Now, if we look at this in particularly towards what seems to be the ultimate objective there, or interim objective in Donetsk, which is Pokrovsk, the first major objective they see on the way to that is a place called Selyudo. Now, that is 10 kilometres from the line of contact at the moment. It is another 21 kilometres beyond that to Pokrovsk. That's 32 kilometres, give or take, 20 miles. They've never achieved any of that sort of operational tempo, movement and capture for a long, long time. So the notion of a breakthrough is not credible. The notion of gains, incremental slow gains, is probably credible. And that's why we're seeing most of the engagements along that sort of line of axis, northwest of the sector of Avdiivka, involving Chasiv Yar, Krasnorovka, and that's really the line where most of the operation is. The point of the salient at the moment is at a place called Ochoretina. We'll see what develops from that. But I was last speaking to you, James, 6 weeks ago, and really the change from 6 weeks ago to now is micro. So these are micro gains. This is glacial progress, and you've got to ask yourself why that is. First reason is that this is a very transparent battlefield. The days when you can hide and do these big maneuvers are gone. The transparency of this battlefield means that you can be seen with first-person drones, and the unmanned aerial systems mean that you can be hit. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we're now seeing more of an equalization of the battlefield, particularly in the ammunition coming to Ukraine forces, and somewhat so in the manpower stakes as well. They haven't quite got over the problem yet of the glide bombs, but things are beginning to equalise for the Ukrainians on the Donetsk side. So preserving the people of Ukraine is more important than preserving a piece of ground. So not that they're giving ground up willingly, but none of this is of operational significance at the moment.
Of course, one of the big developments this week is the arrival of the F-16s. According to US officials, that the first delivery has now been sent to Ukraine. We'll wait and see how they are deployed. We've spoken a lot about them on Frontline this week, and the general consensus from our experts seems to be, and I wonder whether you agree with this, that yes, they will have an impact, but because of the numbers that Ukraine has, or more to the point, the numbers that they don't have, it won't be a game changer. Is that your assessment?
Yeah, I think so at the moment. That would be true. Then we had the first announcement really at the Washington summit on the 10th of July that the Netherlands and Denmark and Biden put out a missive on the 10th of July saying that the process of giving the F-16s to Ukraine had started. Now, in military doctrine terms, again, we would always say clout, don't dribble. And at the moment, the process of transference is dribbling. It is not clouting. Now, we know that offers have been made for 85 F-16s at the moment, mainly from Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and Belgium. And indeed, in the last few weeks, that's been increased because the Greeks are going to give 32 F-16s to America to give back to Ukraine when they get some F-35s. But that will give them somewhere of the region of ultimately 120, 130, which is the number which Zelensky said that they do need to take on the Russian Air Force or combat the Russian Air Force. But, they're not coming in enough numbers and quickly enough to be a game changer. I think the first role for those that will be there are to intercept the Russian missiles and drones, and the second one to target enemy air defense systems. They've not got the capability at the moment in terms of the land forces of Ukraine to be used in a offensive role to support the ground forces. So it's a multi-role fighter, but I see them being used to intercept the Russian missiles and drones as their first priority. Not a game changer. Nice that they're there. We know that it's going to be a long-term program. So, for example, the French are training 26 pilots between 2024 and 2026. And in a sense, for Ukraine and for Russia, you win if you don't lose. And you can see that from both sides. In the Ukrainian side, they need this sort of active defense, patience and avoidance probably of major offensives, because there are other things afoot which could destroy the capability and the will to fight of the Russians. But at the same time, we've also had this week someone like Medvedev, who's always been the rhetoric master-in-chief, really, for Putin, saying that they will take Ukraine by 2034. Now, you can interpret that in two ways. Firstly, that they're settling in for a long war and trying to make sure that the people know that. And secondly, that they're making the point again that Ukraine is an artificial state from their perspective, whose sovereignty they don't respect, and indeed see it being incorporated into a Greater Russia.
The ground-based air defense threat and the Russian fighter threat are such that it's very unlikely Ukraine will be able to loiter with F-16s at medium level, as it would need to do to kind of employ those close air support tactics we think of from Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. So more standoff attacks with glide munitions, potentially adapting them as a launch platform for long-range cruise missiles, as the Sukhoi 24s have been being used for Storm Shadow and Scalp up to now, so UK, French cruise missiles. But that's against fixed targets. Suppression of enemy air defenses is a key task, so SEAD. It will be difficult for Ukraine, I think, to do more than SEAD with the F-16s. Normally for the US Air Force or NATO force, with the US Air Force doing the majority of this, you would do SEAD and DEAD, so suppression and destruction of enemy air defenses. You need the SEAD bit to do the DEAD bit, but SEAD only is mainly aimed at suppressing air defenses for a short period of time in a given area. And things like HARM are designed for that role. But it's difficult to ensure hits with HARM. There were some hits at the beginning when they started being introduced because Russian SAM operators, surface-to-air missile operators, took quite a while to recognize the threat was in country and adapt their tactics. But for aware ground-based air defenses, which the Russians certainly are, they've had a lot of experience against HARM at this point, they will detect the launch and they will essentially turn off their radar and start moving. So the SAM systems are typically mobile. So because of the way our HARM works, it's homing in on the radar signals from a hostile surface-to-air missile radar. Once that radar is off, it can only really fly to the point at which it thought that radar was. Now, with F-16, you'll potentially be able to use some of the more advanced modes to give it a better idea, using some of the sensors on the aircraft of exactly where, or from pre-planned knowledge of where the aircraft, of where the system was, to tell the missile more about where to go, not just from that radar signal. But even so, it's not a huge warhead. Most of these Russian SAMs are armored, at least against shell splinters. So you do generally need a pretty close to direct hit to cause serious damage. So HARM remains a largely suppressive weapon. What the US designed it for with F-16 for SEAD back in the 90s and the 2000s was you would have a large mixed formations, some electronic attack support, so degrading enemy radar performance with electronic warfare. You would have formations firing lots of HARM as they got closer and closer to force those SAM systems to either turn off and move, in which case we'll pack up. And back then, a lot of SAM systems didn't move. At least they weren't truly mobile. So you would be suppressing them as you came in, closing the distance, and then having located it and suppressed it with HARM, you would have other aircraft in the formation or another formation come in and drop usually cluster bombs on the site. Clearly, for the Russian defenses these days, that's not really viable. Firstly, because the defenses are much more capable, they're much longer ranged, there's many more layers, and they move. But also because Ukraine will simply not be operating the numbers of aircraft, and the aircrew won't have had time to learn particularly to plan and lead formations with those kind of complex tactics. So SEAD, yes. Destruction of air defenses, probably not a huge amount. But the Ukrainians will probably find ways of working, as they have already, with things like HIMARS and ATACMS and Storm Shadow, of working to integrate the effects of harm launches to enable other things to get through and at least strike valuable targets that are being protected by air defenses, and in some cases, strike the air defenses themselves. So there's absolutely ways to go about degrading Russian kit with F-16, but it will be incremental improvements on a relatively small scale to start with. The initial transfers are likely to be of quite small numbers of F-16s, because even just for relatively small numbers, a squadron's worth maybe, you're looking at having to prepare a lot of and maintain quite a lot of locations to a really high standard, to make it so that it's not really easy for the Russians to just work out exactly where they're going to be by looking at, well, which runways have been, had all the cracks filled in and or potentially extended, which, where are the unusual patterns of activity, and therefore concentrating orbital and potentially UAV and human intelligence assets to watching them. You'll need a lot of locations. And then even then, they'll probably need a degree of ground-based air defense at the sites as well, to shoot down one-way attack UAVs, cruise missiles, and potentially even ballistic missiles. And of course, it's a bit of a paradox, because one of the reasons why Ukraine desperately wants F-16 in country as soon as possible is to bolster its overstretched ground-based air defenses that are, really struggling in terms of coverage and ammunition stocks. But at the same time, bringing F-16s into country will generate a significant additional draw on those limited, overstretched ground-based air defenses, because you'll need to defend them on the ground. But that's not a substitute for dispersal, because any air defenses can be saturated, and the Russians have got very good at saturating them. The key is to provide enough coverage that the Russians have to dedicate quite a significant salvo with quite a bit of planning behind it to have, for example, Shaheds and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles arrive at pretty much the same time from different angles. That takes some planning. And so if you have a bit of ground-based air defense, it kind of raises the thresholds of munitions use, and therefore planning complexity, and therefore time that it takes the Russians to go from detecting that they're at a base to actually striking them, which helps with your dispersal.
It's an old-fashioned technique, but will the Ukrainians be using decoys?
Absolutely, they'll be using decoys. Both sides make extensive use of decoys and have done throughout the war. It's actually one area where not just Ukraine, but actually Russia itself was way ahead of most Western militaries, even before this war, was in the large-scale production and use of very realistic decoys. They're not just kind of inflatable things. In the Russian case, at least, and the Ukrainian case, it would be fair to suggest they probably do as well. Some of them have, electronics and emitters within them to mimic some of the signals that you would expect certain assets that you're decoying to release, so that they not only appear convincing from visual or potentially infrared inspection, so you have to make them have a heat signature, but also from other forms of observation.
Am I right in saying that in recent months Ukraine has had success targeting Russian fighter jets in air bases as well?
Ukraine has had some successes over the past month or a couple of months in targeting Russian bases, targeting the Russian Air Force. They've destroyed some aircraft. There've been a number of successful strikes with, for example, ATACMS on bases in Crimea with submunitions, so cluster munitions. One issue with striking air bases is if you don't have real-time sort of target spotting, so a UAV or a special forces team nearby, or a very, very low latency orbital look, then just knowing there are aircraft on a base and being able to see it on satellite imagery doesn't necessarily tell you where the aircraft are on that base. And so, given that most of an airbase is grass and concrete, you can get a fair degree of defense just by dispersal within the base and moving things around as to where you park them and service them fairly regularly, and having blast walls between aircraft. Early on in the war, Russia was very sloppy about the way that it deployed serviced turned around aircraft. So in early attacks, some of the first attacks on for example, major air bases in Crimea, you saw a significant number of Russian aircraft destroyed thanks to primarily secondary explosions from whatever was used to hit the base. So things like parking aircraft next to each other and refueling them at the same time as you're rearming them, so that if something gets hit, there's a lot of fuel and weaponry just kind of around aircraft, without blast walls between them necessarily, and having storage for munitions and fuel interspersed along the lines of aircraft. I mean, that kind of really sloppy fieldcraft, for want of a better word. Unfortunately, they have learned a bit. They're still not great, but the Ukrainians have managed to hit some of them. The key thing, I think, is that there is a clear strategy at play to try and force Russian aviation to either require a disproportionate amount of ground-based missile defense, so S-400s, SA-15 Tors, SA-17 Buks, Pantsir, SA-22. In other words, either force them to pull ultimately finite layered air defenses away from other bits of the front line, other potential targets, and concentrate them at air bases relatively near Ukraine, in which case those air bases will probably be pretty difficult to destroy aircraft on, but you'll have denuded a lot of other bits of the front line of parts of coverage, air defense coverage, and therefore Ukraine will have an easier time getting HIMARS strikes and potentially using aircraft near those parts of the front line. Or alternatively, if the Russians choose not to respond to the strikes in that way, they may then have to just stop using those air bases regularly and use air bases that are significantly further away from Ukraine. And that will have an effect in terms of reducing the practical strike rate that the Russian Air Force can conduct. So one of the key problems for Ukraine at the moment is glide bomb attacks from Russian fighter and fighter bomber aircraft. It's generally very difficult to shoot them down, and it's not sustainable to shoot down the bombs themselves. You'd run out of air defense ammunition almost immediately if you tried, because they're used in such numbers. But one of the ways that you can reduce that threat is by attacking Russian air bases and trying to therefore either pull air defenses off elsewhere, in which case at least you have some benefit, or force them to operate further back, from much further back, in which case they're going much further each way on each sortie, so each aircraft, each aircrew can actually drop fewer bombs in a given number of time, and you'll increase the wear and tear. So it will functionally reduce the strike rate even without destroying aircraft. And Ukraine has shown an ability to conduct harassing attacks on air bases really quite a long way from Ukraine. So it's clear there's a strategy there, but that strategy is being undermined by the continued prohibition from most Western partners on using long-range Western systems like ATACMS, Storm Shadow, to strike Russian air bases near Ukraine in Russia itself, which is why you've seen most of these attacks being on Russian air bases in occupied Crimea, which we do not recognize as being Russia, because it was illegally annexed. So one of the key things that the West could do quickly to really help the glide bomb situation and give those F-16s more freedom of action potentially over time is to release those permissions holds and allow attacks on Russian air bases in Belgorod and Rostov and other parts of Russia, which have air bases which are regularly used for intensive strikes against Ukraine. That would impose more dilemmas on the Russians.
When we understand the casualties that Russians are suffering here, I mean, it's just, it sounds very trite to say an industrial scale, but there was a report out of the UK Ministry of Defence Intelligence Update a few weeks ago saying that the Russians were losing over 1,000 people a day, and they'd lost 70,000 in the last 60 days. I mean, that is just unimaginable. And overall, they've lost 600,000 soldiers, which for a population the size of Russia is not sustainable. A whole host of things. And what we're seeing is, because they are having to rush conscripts to the front, and again, relying on mainly ethnic Russians from the east and prisoners. I mean, I shouldn't think there's virtually a prison in Russia with any people in it, because they're all at the front. I mean, the ones who are in prison are generally prisoners who've been to the front, done their year or 6 months, got off, committed another crime, gone back to prison, and then back out to the front. I mean, you just couldn't make it up. It's quite unbelievable. But mainly their conscripts are untrained. And with untrained conscripts, all they can virtually do is hold a rifle and fire. So they can't really... I don't think there's any danger that there's going to be a serious breakthrough with a great combination of armour and artillery. We did see last week one of the biggest Russian offences down in the south, which, I think it was about 11 tanks and 40 other armoured vehicles, which sounds big, but on the bigger scheme of things, it's pretty small. But that was disrupted. So I say transition, so things are relatively static. Now, there is a lot of hope that Ukraine can get on the offensive. And there are a number of positives, I think, here. I mean, first of all, the Ukraine maritime, and I don't call it navy because they haven't really got a navy, have defeated the Great Black Sea Fleet. The significance of this is that Ukraine now has freedom of maneuver in the Black Sea. And that is hugely significant, because I think, and I'm not alone in suggesting that Crimea is a real possibility that, quite apart from, forget about the Donbass and the areas east in Ukraine, Ukraine could possibly retake Crimea because the Black Sea Fleet's not there to protect it. We've seen over the last few months, and particularly the last few weeks, the amount of attacks going into the Crimea to take out airfields where some of their key weaponry is, and take out their air defence, taking a heck of a battering. Only last week we heard that Putin is redirecting air defence units to protect his own palaces in Moscow and Sochi, which is remarkable. So that is significant. We've talked about the permission that Ukraine has to use weaponry outside Ukraine's territory into Russia. And what the news this week is that the much vaunted, much talked about F-16s are... there are rumours that there are some in Ukraine already, but about to arrive, and this is really vexing the Russians. Now, whether there are going to be enough F-16s to have a difference, and the key thing with the F-16s is about air power. Now, one of the main reasons that the Ukrainians have not been able to progress is that Russia has controlled the skies.
break from talking about military strategy for a bit. Take a look around troops. We've got top-of-the-line equipment, the best training facilities, and some seriously comfortable barracks. We may be far from home, but we've got everything we need right here. everything we need right here. Fun fact, did you know that Morocco is home to the world's largest solar power plant? I'm starting to think we should power our entire base with solar panels. Anyone need a caffeine fix this morning? The coffee may not be great, but it's better than nothing. break from talking about military strategy for a bit. Fun fact, did you know that Morocco is home to the world's largest solar power plant? I'm starting to think we should power our entire base with solar panels. Hey, did anyone catch the game last night? I need a break from talking about military strategy for a bit.
Zero Dam is full of dangers. Be very careful.
Have to pick one. It's either A or B. Well, they are going to have to pick one. It's either A or B. Ukraine's offensive into Russia's Kursk Oblast just keeps turning into a bigger story. Let me show you what I mean. The international border is here, and the extent of Ukraine's offensive is out to here, with 3 separate salients continuing to push forward. In total, Ukraine is operating in roughly 625 square kilometers of Russian territory, which exceeds recent monthly gains for Russia by quite a bit, with the caveat that we are comparing apples to oranges, as Russia is trying to hold the land, and in contrast, we still don't know what Ukraine's long-term plan is here. And although I'm sure everyone in Kyiv is pleased with the results, collect a bunch of Russian land is not much of a war strategy. So, today, we are going to open up the black box of Phase 2. In particular, we will look at the nuclear aspect of this. Fortunately, not the mushroom cloud type of nuclear, but rather the power plant type. Why that is misleading, how the Kremlin faces a defensive dilemma with how to allocate its troops, and why Ukraine may be more interested in that Russian troop deployment than anything inside of the Kursk region that it has invaded. Generally speaking, the public discourse is thinking about the situation as the location having dictated Ukraine's strategy. But we might be better off deleting that, and instead thinking that a predetermined strategy has simply found a location. War is always an adventure. Oh, and we will also cover speculation about shakeups at the top of Russia's military, and all of the problems that Russia now faces with Ukraine moving behind the defensive lines they have formed. But let's begin by dispelling this now common guess that Ukraine is trying to reach a Russian nuclear power plant. Specifically, the facility in question is the very originally named Kursk nuclear power plant. It is, if we zoom out and pop up some handy pre-rendered lines on maps, just under 60 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. The basic logic here is that Russia has held the also very originally named Zaporizhia nuclear power plant since March 3rd, 2022. Oh, and keep this image in your mind for later. Obviously, Ukraine would like it back. So, as the logic goes, Ukrainian troops capture the Kursk one and trade it for the Zaporizhia one. Now, to be clear, I do not know what is going on inside the heads of the powers that be in Kyiv. But goodness, it would be a silly strategy if this were their endgame, and it has nothing to do with the distance. Let us count the ways. Oh, wait, one more. For starters, a like-for-like trade makes for a cute story, but it is not how things work in practice. Goodness knows I too enjoy a cute story. Heck, these videos are essentially cute stories with some lines on maps thrown in with a stamp that says science. Science. But Kyiv is not doing this for the storytellers in Hollywood, or even silly social media channels. If you want a nuclear power plant back, you do not need another nuclear power plant to get it. You can trade any other land for it. You just need to settle on the quantity of goods being exchanged. In that light, Ukraine may be trying to accumulate value for the purposes of ultimately proposing a trade. Say, Ukraine evacuates Russian territory, and in return Russia leaves the Kharkiv Oblast. And then afterward, there is a tacit understanding that the north-south border will not be an active theater of combat. But again, we find ourselves in a situation where Ukraine would be trading a nuclear power plant it holds for non-nuclear power plant land. On to the second problem. Supposing that a nuclear power plant trade did occur, it would not solve the main problem associated with Zaporizhia. All of the reactors are now in cold shutdown, meaning that they are no longer active and no longer generate enough residual heat to boil water. Thus, a Chernobyl-like event is literally impossible at the moment. Cold does not mean cold, though. They may still be upwards of 200 degrees Celsius. Then you have spent fuel pools that also require long-term cooling, and on top of that, there are dry casks that contain still radioactive materials. As such, the main danger here is sabotage. Perhaps to the electrical grid to stop the cooling process, or perhaps to the spray ponds to eliminate the cooling water, or perhaps to the dry casks. Yes, casks are meant to withstand an airplane crashing into them, but the effects of repeated artillery strikes is a wild card, and probably one you should not feel comfortable with. But hey, at least those dry casks have nets to stop drones. The point is, Ukraine being in physical possession of the site does not preclude Russia from sabotaging the place from the outside. All it prevents is Russia doing it from the inside, or firing up the reactors again, which could set up greater dangers. Now to number 3. There is a more general strategic problem with the site itself. Remember how I told you to keep this image in mind? Well, the power plant sits on the opposite side of the Dnipro River, which makes sense from an engineering perspective, because such facilities need a ton of water. But for our strategic purposes, what is Ukrainian control of it supposed to look like exactly? Should the lines on maps be like this? Or this? Physical possession at that point would be in name only. Russia would de facto control it, with the ability to recapture the site at its whim. Finally, there is a political problem. No one in the West would go for this. Revelation that capturing nuclear power plants was a part of Kyiv's goal would immediately prompt an endless parade of very angry phone calls from Western leaders. So let's get rid of this as an idea. But we should also discount the idea that this is merely some sort of publicity stunt. Ukraine is bringing some top-tier equipment into Russia, including Strikers and the Bradley fighting vehicles that it had to beg out of the United States back in 2023. These are not what you would want to put at risk if your goal was just to generate some meme headlines. Ukraine is not trying to win silly points here. Rather, you would want to execute some quick hit and runs. Basically, the bare minimum to qualify as a feint. Thus, in search of better answers here, I first want to zoom out on perhaps what might be guiding Ukraine's bigger strategic thinking. Doing so will flip the script, as hinted at earlier. Again, it may help to think of the invasion location as being a convenient place to implement a predetermined strategy, rather than the location dictating a strategy. That is not to say that Ukrainian troops are ignoring what exists in Kursk. They will still happily blow up rail lines and such. Just that they are not wanting to hit Kursk infrastructure specifically. In other words, infrastructure is the target, but whether it is in Kursk, or Belgorod, or elsewhere, is irrelevant. To get down to what may be Ukraine's strategy, as a starting premise, someone will have to remove the Ukrainian soldiers from Russia. You cannot claim governing legitimacy while simultaneously having Ukrainians running around uncontested on your soil. Indeed, it appears that the Kremlin understands this. The Kremlin's official website has released 4 transcripts from 4 meetings about the situation in under 48 hours. That is uncommon. In fact, the last time that I can remember a recurring discussion like that related to the war was during Wagner boss Yevgeny Prigozhin's Thunder Run on Moscow. Another big difference there is that the Kremlin was slow to have any official response to the mutiny, whereas they are being far more proactive about this. Now, broadly speaking, the Kremlin has 2 options. Option 1 is to use elements of the volunteer army that is currently in Ukraine. Option 2 is to use the soldiers who are part of the ordinary conscription laws on the books in Russia, which annually brings in a cohort of men ages 18 to 30 for 1 year of in-country service. Emphasis on in-country. It is tempting to say that the conscription option is the obvious choice. After all, they are the untapped resource, and their entire service is restricted to within Russian borders. It is sort of the point of its existence. And that may be the case, but the choice is not as straightforward as it first appears. Think for a second about who is involuntarily paying the costs of war, particularly within Russia. It is tempting to point to the Russian soldiers as the answer, but that is not quite true anymore. Now, obviously, they are the ones who are losing limbs or dying. And back when Russia was not using volunteers, but instead had to use conscription to fill its ranks, they would have unequivocally been the correct answer. And some of the conscripts are indeed still there. But the question was who was involuntarily paying the costs of war, and the logic of economic exchange muddles the current picture. Those who are heading to the front now are doing so in exchange for hefty signing bonuses. As their label suggests, it is a voluntary exchange. Yes, it is tainted by how fewer economic opportunities in the periphery bias those individuals to join, but it is voluntary nonetheless. The involuntary exchange comes from people who are paying for the war to happen. Mostly, that falls on the economic elite within the country, who will ultimately foot the tax bill one way or another, and those who are disproportionately hit by the West's economic sanctions. Finally, it is also striking those hurt by inflation. That covers anyone who is storing their wealth in cash reserves, but usually concentrates on pensioners living on fixed incomes, and poor people who live paycheck to paycheck. However, that last group is actually doing fairly well right now, despite 8.6% official inflation, at least compared to before the war. Half of the consumer inflation formula is due to rising wages, as the war industry is requiring more warm bodies for production, and factories are having to compete with the Russian Ministry of Defense's wages. To be clear, this volunteer army strategy is the economically efficient thing to do. It is a big reason why the United States switched over to a volunteer force in 1973. It also does not guarantee that discontent within the military is impossible. If soldiers sign contracts expecting a casualty rate of, say, 10%, they are liable to think that they got a raw deal if they later discover that it is closer to 50%. But, broadly speaking, it means that the more serious threat to Putin's rule for the moment comes from home. Now let's put that in context of Ukraine's invasion. Again, the Kremlin can choose between the volunteer force currently fighting in eastern Ukraine and the conscripts currently in Russia to defend against the Ukrainian incursion. Picking the volunteer force keeps everything voluntary. It would just be a change of scenery. Switching to the conscripted soldiers would shift who is involuntarily paying the cost of war to an entirely new group. Not only the conscripts themselves, but also to their family members. This is in contrast to the family of Kremlin-recruited soldiers, as they benefit from the wages sent home by their loved ones. As a result, the Kremlin faces a dilemma: create a new political problem by sending in the conscripts, or withdraw troops from the Eastern Front, which will eventually lead to a premature end to Russia's summer offensive. As I said at the top, it's either A or B. Now, if that is what Ukraine is doing, it is a clever strategy. You cannot force the Kremlin into the same dilemma by sending another Ukrainian brigade to the front lines. And there is some risk that it will backfire if they start having to fight a larger cohort of Russian soldiers. But they had to go into Russia for this to work. And that might help us understand why Ukraine chose this particular location. Maybe it is not special for the features that it has on the ground. Instead, perhaps that way over there was just the best place to cause chaos and force the Kremlin into the predefined dilemma. Now, Russia knew that cross-border attacks were possible. Ukraine even sponsored some previously. But this did not magically absolve the Kremlin from that dilemma. The question for the Russian Ministry of Defense was how to mitigate the risk across a relatively large international border. We have discussed the standard defensive algorithm before, but the basic idea is that you ought to spread the risk out evenly everywhere. So, if this part is naturally incredibly weak, you either build stronger defensive lines or deploy more soldiers until it balances out with the next weakest part. Then you evenly increase those two weakest parts until they equate with the third weakest location. Take a deep breath, wash, rinse, and repeat until everything is equal. The reason for this is that your opponent usually gets to observe your allocations and then can choose where to go based on that information. Thus, if you overprotect your stronger areas, the enemy just hits your weakest point and renders all of those reinforcements elsewhere irrelevant. Of course, this is how such defensive allocations work in a vacuum. In practice, the defender does not know all of the strengths of the attacker. Consequently, it must do the best it can without that information. As a result, it may end up with a weaker point despite its best efforts. In turn, what drives where the attack goes can be something as innocuous as a small bit of private information that Ukraine has. For example, it may quietly know that the weak point in Russia's defenses is here, and so it just goes with the flow. Or maybe, more broadly, Russia was not anticipating that the United States would be okay with such an operation, so defenses along the border were generally weak. And then the Kremlin was surprised to hear Pentagon Deputy Spokesperson Sabrina Singh basically say, yeah, that's cool with us. Whichever factor originally drove it, the consequences seem to be consistent with what we are observing on the battlefield. Ukraine has advanced well past Russia's defensive line, exactly the type of outcome you would hope for if you knew the place was weak. Ironically, this is also what Ukraine had hoped to do last summer, only for those expectations to fall flat. But no one is thinking about that now, least of all in the Kremlin. The problem for a defender when you break his defensive line is, well, now the land itself is no longer an impediment on your assault. You can also go around to cause further breaches elsewhere. This is why we are seeing a salient forming along the west and another going north. That does not mean that Ukraine is unstoppable here, just that it will require Russia to overcompensate with soldiers. For its part, the Kremlin realizes how bad the problem is. After initially dismissing the situation as having been resolved, we now have a series of very public announcements. Essentially, the Kremlin is trying to show that they are somewhat in control of the situation. But are they? Ukraine is striking substantially deeper, either to protect what is happening in Kursk, or to set up something more. And there are reports that Chief of the General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, ignored reports that Ukraine was gathering troops along the border. Then he was not present at a Security Council meeting, leading to speculation that he might be out of a job. Now, it is true that he was there for this original response meeting. He's the one on video conference, and he was not present for the later one. But this was a Security Council meeting, and this one was not. Gerasimov is not a permanent member of the Security Council, and you can see from these other photos of earlier Security Council meetings that his absence is not uncommon. Regardless, the point is that all of the progress is indicative that Ukraine's strategy may be location agnostic, rather than the location dictating a strategy. And speaking of things that are not being dictated, how about my books on the strategy of the war? Sorry, there are no audiobooks for them. They would take too much time away from my video production, and that hits a much larger audience. But if you don't mind reading, then check out the video description for more information about them. And if you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Russia's western Kursk region, bordering Ukraine, the fighting has intensified, and people are worried.
The drone was hovering above us. We braked the car in time. There was an explosion right in front of us.
It all started at 2 a.m. We didn't sleep till the morning, and then the shells started flying. It was terrible.
This footage from the Russian Defense Ministry shows Russian soldiers battling Ukrainian troops who earlier this week crossed the border and launched an attack the Kremlin has branded a large-scale provocation. People are stocking up on emergency supplies, and many are volunteering to donate blood. Videos posted on social media show people packing their belongings, as well as long lines of cars as they try to flee the fighting. Russian officials say hundreds of Ukrainian troops crossed the border on Tuesday using tanks, armored vehicles, and drones. The U.S. has largely prevented Ukraine from using American weapons to attack targets in Russia. At the Pentagon, journalists asked whether the latest fighting meant that's changed.
It is consistent with our policy, and we have supported Ukraine from the very beginning to defend themselves against attacks that are coming across the border and for the need for crossfires. So they are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate, our weapons, our systems, our capabilities.
The acting governor of the Kursk region briefed President Vladimir Putin on the evacuation plans via video link.
We have reached an agreement with Russian railways. 3 trains have arrived on which we can accommodate 2,400 people. Another 8 trains can provide humanitarian aid and evacuate people immediately.
The Lipetsk region, which is near Kursk and even deeper into Russian territory, also came under attack. The cross-border assault is one of Ukraine's largest since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in February 2022. The question now is, how long will it persist? Mohammed Jamjoom, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Every single pet has a personality. And I think that's the most wonderful thing about pet photography. My name is Elke Vogelsang and I'm a pet photographer from Hildesheim, Germany. From the very first day I used Lightroom. And I add contrast, I change colors. I make sure the pet is the star of the image.
Ben Hodges is a retired United States Army officer who served as the commanding general at the United States Army in Europe. Ben Hodges, thank you so much for being back on DW.
Thank you very much for the privilege.
President Zelensky acknowledged for the first time that Ukrainian troops have been crossing the border into the Russian Kursk region. Is this in line with the agreements with the US and other countries that provided weapons to Ukraine?
Well, of course, in the public, we won't know exactly what has been agreed or whatever. I'm happy, at least, that the United States is not trying to put the brakes on what Ukraine is doing. I have not heard any public statements saying that Ukraine should not do this. Of course, Ukraine has the right to defend itself, which includes eliminating areas, sanctuary, from which Russia is attacking Ukrainian towns and villages and killing innocent Ukrainian citizens. So is this in line with Western policy? In the larger sense, yes, Ukraine is defending itself.
This sounds like one of the worst nightmares for the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who said he never wants to see German tanks back on Russian soil.
I mean, I understand the point, or the perceived dilemma, and this is the kind of thing that the Russians and the Kremlin Verstehers, this is what they will use. They will point to this. So this is the time for German government, for the Bundestag, to be calm and cool and recognize that this is Ukraine defending itself against Russia's attack, eliminating sanctuary from which a third of the Shahed drones, for example, had been launched against Ukrainian towns and cities, and putting pressure on Russia. I mean, this is classical military doctrine at work, trying to get the momentum, create dilemmas for the enemy, relieve pressure from other places. Ukraine has no interest in conquering Russian territory, but this will help force the Russians to recalculate what they're doing.
Volodymyr Zelensky obviously didn't talk to President Biden before they started this attack. This reminds me a little bit of Benjamin Netanyahu not talking to the White House before they assassinated the Hamas leader. Is this a new trend?
Of course, I don't know this, but I think the President Zelensky and the Ukrainian General Staff are smart to protect information. If we know about it, if people in Washington know about it, then for sure the Russians will eventually know about it, just because of leaks, not intentional perhaps, but nonetheless, information gets out. And on something like this, I think it was exactly the right thing to do to protect that information. Perhaps at some level there may have been some intelligence sharing, but it's good that all of us did not know about it.
So you don't see that as a sign that the White House, the Biden White House, is weaker?
This is such an important part of military operations, what we call OPSEC, operational security, not sharing information beyond who absolutely has to know. And, I think the Ukrainians need to have the freedom. My criticism of the Biden administration has been that we've had bad policies that hindered Ukraine's ability to defend itself. So I'm glad that there has been no message coming out saying, hey, be careful. And it also gives lie to this perception that somehow Putin will escalate, use nuclear weapons. The worst thing he's done so far is launch an attack at another Ukrainian supermarket. We have been deterring ourselves for too long.
So you would say there is no red line?
I certainly hope not.
So maybe, Ben, Ukraine so well, and also the military strategy of Volodymyr Zelensky. Why is he doing that now?
Of course, we don't know, and I'm not entitled to know. But as I do my own analysis, like everyone else, there are 3 or 4 things that I think they're trying to achieve. And of course, always in Ukraine, you have to keep in mind the weather. How much longer do they have before the weather turns really bad in the fall? So that perhaps is a consideration. But why now specifically? Of course, they have been suffering losses and very incremental, but nonetheless, losses in the eastern part with Russia being able to use their manpower at huge loss, but still making incremental gains. So I see this as a move by Ukraine to divert Russian resources, to cause the Russians to have to reposition forces to deal with this that would take pressure off of the other part where the Russians have been attacking. So diversion of resources, that's number one. Number two, there's a nuclear power plant in Kursk, which is not too far away. There's a huge gas hub that's in this area. So I think that one of the objectives is also about putting pressure on Russia's energy infrastructure to cause them to have to worry about that. Maybe even either destroying it or capturing it, and perhaps for a trade for Zaporizhia, for example. I don't know that, but I hear people speculating about that. Or maybe to redirect the energy from those places into Ukraine ahead of the winter. So there's a lot of different reasons at different levels of why they're doing what they're doing. We don't know, but it really it highlights the fallacy of thinking that now that there's drones, you can see everything and know everything. Obviously, that's not true. That Ukrainians are teaching us that the Drones do not help you see through all of the fog of war. And there are reports that Gerasimov and the Russian general staff ignored intelligence indicators that Ukraine was about to attack. So there's still this human factor that's there as well.
Do you think it has also something to do that the Zelensky has troubles to recruit enough soldiers in Ukraine?
I don't know that there's a direct connection here, but clearly Ukraine still has the challenge to grow the army enough to have enough units to continue a long war. This is the job of the government to rebuild confidence in the population, for people to be confident that their son or daughter will not be sent into the fight until they're properly trained, properly equipped. So what we would call the institutional army for recruiting and training and equipping, that still is not adequate yet for what Ukraine needs. They're going to have to fix this for the long time. Even after the war, they're going to have to fix this part of Ukrainian armed forces. Certainly, if this changes morale, this change gives people more hope, that could have a positive influence. But I think they have to fix the system more than anything.
What has this to do with the elections here in the United States? Is there a pressure, is there time pressure that Zelensky might run out of time because he doesn't know who is in the White House next January?
I think you make a good point, as always, Ines, but for Zelensky, he has to, he's thinking about what's best for Ukraine. And just because in the case that Donald Trump is president, they're likely to receive, at least the perception is that they'll receive less support, although most of the Congress actually does support Ukraine. So it remains to be seen. I think President Zelensky's strategic thinking is driven more by how do you get Russians out of your country and less by who is the American president.
Would there be a change in policy if Kamala Harris would become the next president compared to Joe Biden?
We don't know. My guess is that they will continue at least what the Biden administration is doing. Probably a good chance that they'll be willing to do more. Her vice presidential pick, Governor Walz, is a Ukraine hawk. So my sense is that it will at least remain steady, if not get better. And of course, it'll always depends on the Congress, the makeup of the Congress as well.
Ben, there is huge concern that the outcome might be really very tight and that Trump and many of his MAGA supporters won't accept a loss. And this might be a time of chaos. How dangerous is this for the United States? You know, the time between November 5th, Election Day, and Inauguration Day in the midst of January. That's a long time.
Yeah, I imagine clearly the risk is there for the sort of chaos that you talk about. But I think that we as a population and the government are much better prepared, and in the states, for that possibility than we were 4 years ago. I think you're going to see responsible people on both sides are going to be calling for calm and to respect the outcome. I think that there's so much that's going to happen between now and November the 5th that is going to affect the actual election outcome. You know, as I watch the Trump campaign, the things that they do and say, you know, it's not a campaign that attracts more people. Whereas on the Harris campaign, the energy that I have observed in 4 different states now, it's incredible. I haven't seen anything like this in many, many years. And so I think that a lot's going to happen between now and then. the indiscipline of the Trump team, the things he says and does, the things that Mr. Vance, Senator Vance, says and does, the risk of them making mistakes is huge. That I think will cause real problems for them. So, yeah, I think that's probably the best thing I could say is a lot is going to happen between now and November the 5th. And I always believe that positive leadership versus division ultimately always wins.
You just told me before we started taping that you are in Pennsylvania right now talking to MAGA people. Do you want to share a little bit what you tell them?
Well, I thought that it was important that now that I'm retired from the Army and can be more actively involved in political campaigns, that I help explain to veterans, for example, what's at stake. That the Plan 2025, for example, that is Trump is trying to distance himself from it, but these are all his people that wrote it, and it gives a clue into how they think about things. That they will make big cuts into pensions and other benefits for veterans. And Pennsylvania has tens of thousands of veterans. So people should be aware what this is about, and also what a threat he is to our Constitution. And of course, veterans took the oath to support and defend the Constitution. So I try to provide context there. And then I also want to remind Pennsylvanians, just as I did in Virginia, and we'll do next week in North Carolina, why American prosperity and security is tied directly to Europe's prosperity and security, and why it is in our interest in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, it's in our interest that Ukraine defeats Russia, that this is not some far-off war or some charity. So that's been my approach. I'm not an expert on healthcare or other domestic issues, but I do try to help voters understand what is at stake between how the Trump campaign and MAGA candidates think about these things, which is a much more isolationist America First, which, by the way, contributed directly to our involvement in the Second World War. It was this isolationist America First approach that led to the Second World War, and we want to prevent that from happening again.
How do people react to you?
I would say that because I'm not an eloquent speaker or not a cheerleader, but I do try to speak very plainly, you can see that most people are like, well, that makes sense. Now, I have no illusions about what kind of impact I'm having. We'll see. But, these races are so close. I mean, so close that just a handful of votes in each precinct could, in fact, make the difference. So that's what we're trying to do, very, very grassroots level. And I have to say, it's been invigorating watching people, candidates and people work very hard to reach their neighbors and people in their district to explain what's at stake and what we're trying to do. And so I feel like I'm doing my civic duty now.
Ben Hodges, always great talking to you. Thank you. I hope we can catch up a little closer to the election. That would be great.
I would be very happy to do that, Ines.
See you soon. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Ukraine has confirmed it launched an overnight drone attack on a military airfield in Russia. The base is located about 300 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Russia is already fighting to push back an incursion closer to the frontier near Kursk. The Russian Defense Ministry says extra troops are being sent to the region. A state of emergency is in force.
hoping to fend off Ukrainian troops. Russia's defense ministry says this footage shows Ukrainian armored vehicles being destroyed as heavy fighting rages. An estimated 1,000 Ukrainian troops rammed through the Russian border early Tuesday into the Kursk region with tanks and other armored vehicles. Heavy fighting was reported near the town of Sudzha, where Russian natural gas flows into Ukraine, raising concerns over a potential stop to transit flows to Europe. Ukraine has released video footage allegedly showing Russian guards surrendering at a border crossing in Kursk. In his evening address, President Volodymyr Zelensky suggested Russia should get a taste of its own medicine, without referring directly to the incident. Russia brought the war to our land and should feel what it has done. We want to achieve our goals as soon as possible, in peacetime, under the conditions of a just peace, and it will be. Kursk has declared a state of emergency and thousands of people are being evacuated. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev reacted to the incursion on social media. This is no longer just an operation to reclaim our official territories and punish the Nazis. It is possible and necessary to enter the territory of the still existing Ukraine. To go into Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Mykolaiv, to go into Kiev and further, there should be no restrictions in the sense of any recognized border of the Ukrainian Reich. Moscow has been forced to call in reserves to stop Ukrainian soldiers from pushing deeper into its territory.
Nick Connolly is in Kyiv for us. Janina Semenova in Riga, where our Moscow team relocated after Russia shut them down. Janina, starting with you, how is Moscow selling this obvious embarrassment in Kursk?
Yeah, we indeed see a bit of panic there among the Russian leadership. Putin just today held another meeting with his defense and security official. That was actually the third meeting within just a week. So there really seems to be this attempt to show that the situation is under control. We hear from the Kursk region that the region's acting governor has now called on people to refrain from posting on social media, so like photo and videos. And of course, that's really where a lot of us are getting the information from this region, basically social media, or we rely on what the Russian state is reporting there. So there seems to be a bit of an effort to hide what is actually going on. And DW actually managed to speak to locals in the Kursk region today, who of course remain anonymous, who are a bit further away from the fighting, so not really in that zone. But they said they don't really have an idea of the scale of what we are seeing from Kursk, the heavy fighting, etc. So yeah, a really different image there that is kind of sold to the Russian public.
And describe the general public reaction to these developments.
Well, we of course heard from regional authorities that there are evacuations going on, and we've pretty much seen people kind of contradicting that on social media, saying that the evacuations are not being organized, that they have to organize those evacuations themselves, and interestingly also really being angry about the Russian authorities there and kind of questioning that they have the situation under control. But of course, this is very limited information here, mostly from social media, and it is hard kind of because there are no independent journalists on the ground right now.
Nick, this is day 4 of the incursion. Where do you see it going?
I think right now the Ukrainians are trying to take as much ground as they can. This is basically opportunistic. They crossed the border and realized that there was even less in the way of Russian defenses there than maybe they had expected. When you look at the maps that various observers have put together, they are very different. Some are a lot more conservative and kind of put the zone of Ukrainian control basically just along the border, 10 kilometers deep. Others say that in certain points they've reached as far as 35 kilometers deep away from the border. There's talk of the Ukrainians maybe trying to take hold of the Kursk nuclear power station, which is further to the north, that this is some kind of thing that can be then exchanged, traded for control of Ukraine's biggest nuclear power station at Zaporizhia, which is held by the Russians right now. That still seems pretty far-fetched, but even a few days ago, we had no concept of this being something that could be longer term. We thought this would just be another border raid, something that would be over in 24, if not latest 48 hours. But it seems, according to some reports, that the Ukrainians are digging in and trying to hold on to this territory. So this is definitely something on a scale we haven't seen so far, and something that for the first time in probably more than a year has kind of successfully seemingly changed the rules of the game and really taken the Russian side by surprise.
And Nick, let's talk more about strategy. Is it drawing Russian forces away from eastern Ukraine?
I think in terms of boots on the ground in the east, that's probably a little early. These kinds of troop movements take a long time. Certainly there have been reports on Ukrainian social media, ones that we can't verify, obviously, that lots of helicopters that have been used, military helicopters used by the Russians more in the Kharkiv region further east, that they were now being seen less often, that potentially they were being moved west to Kursk. We can't be sure if that's true, but certainly that is the big hope here, that this is going to take the pressure off at the front lines where Russia's been pushing forward pretty relentlessly in recent months. On top, obviously, of being a huge embarrassment for Vladimir Putin and really maybe hitting morale if people in the rest of Russia are really hearing about this and are being confronted with these images on social media rather than just hearing what the government is telling them. That is the big hope here, that this could really prove to Russians that this war in Ukraine has a higher price for them, that they can't ignore it and can't somehow live their lives in peace while this is going on.
Yanina, you mentioned the sense of panic among Russian officials. Ukraine's still hitting other parts of Russia with drone attacks. What more can you tell us?
Oh yeah, actually, Ukraine has attacked Russian territory already before. We have been seeing the events in Kursk now, especially last year, especially in the Belgorod region. But of course, that was a different scale. And again, today there were reportedly drone attacks on the Belgorod region. And I mean, we didn't, because Nick mentioned that, we didn't really see much of a change. I mean, of course, it's kind of hard to assess right now, change in Russian public opinion because of restrictive laws, but still we didn't see this kind of change in public opinion, because that is an area that already has been attacked by drones last year and again now today. And we actually managed to speak to a resident in Belgorod. A colleague of mine spoke to her, and she said people pretty much got used to the drone attacks. So it's kind of, it didn't really change apparently their opinion towards the war. But they are now worried, people in Belgorod, that's what they are telling us, that there might be similar developments in Belgorod as in the Kursk region. So they're worried about troops advancing there. So I think that is just really an interesting question to see how this further advancing of Ukrainian troops will change Russian public opinion.
Nick, with all these reports of Ukrainian attacks on Russian territory in various regions, is Ukraine spreading itself too thin?
Well, look, we don't know how many resources, how many soldiers Ukraine has thrown at this endeavor. There were those Russian reports of 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers, more or less, crossing the border. That certainly seems pretty low given the size of the territory that we believe potentially has seen some kind of Ukrainian involvement or Ukrainian boots on the ground. There does seem to be also lots of moments where the Ukrainians will advance, will try and see where the Russian defenses are, maybe engage in some firefights and then pull back. So maybe some of the kind of furthest dots on the map from the border, as it were, are just temporary and don't represent the places where Ukrainian soldiers are regularly. But certainly for now, it seems like this is a relatively limited investment of Ukraine's resources, and that especially the political impact of this, I mean, embarrassing Russia and showing the international community that Russia isn't as predominant and that Ukraine can still take everyone's surprise and change the kind of course of the dynamic of this war. I think that certainly for now seems like it's a good investment. Whether or not Ukraine is going to send more troops in and try and dig dig in and hold more territory there, we don't know yet. But certainly, the Ukrainians are also keeping to this very tight-lipped stance. This is uncharacteristic. Last year when we had the counteroffensive, we had lots of talk from the Ukrainian leadership, and I think they regret that now, that they think that basically put the expectations on that counteroffensive too high. So this year you're seeing totally the opposite. Basically nothing being said, very kind of indirect pronouncements, if at all, and they're letting the facts speak for themselves.
The latest there from DW correspondents Nick Connolly and Janina Semenova.
Well, I'm joined now by Christopher Morris. He's a military and security expert at the University of Portsmouth in England. Mr. Morris, it's good to have you with us on this Friday. So this is day 4 of this Ukrainian incursion into Russia. Where do you see things going from here?
That's a very interesting question. Now, the Ukrainian side is keeping its cards incredibly close to their chest about this one. They're, like you can see with their president, barely even alluding to what is going on. So their long-term plan in the area, that at this moment is uncertain. I will stress that what they've been able to achieve so far is fairly incredible. So it kind of blows away any of their past border incursions, and by most indications,
why do you say it's incredible? Why do you say it's incredible, Mr. Morris?
Well, at this current juncture, and I myself and many other analysts have said before that fighting on the front lines in the south at the moment, it's not going very well for Ukraine. Now, they can either commit to this game or they can change things up. Now, what they've been able to do with their incursion into Kursk is change things up. Russia is now on the back foot, it's on the hoof, and it is in a position that, at least for the short to mid-term, Ukraine is in a position to exploit their movements. So it's very positive from the Ukrainian side. More long-term, there might be some issues.
And yeah, that was my next question. I mean, is this sustainable? I mean, does the Ukrainian military, do they have the manpower to keep this going in the Kursk region?
Of course, like I said, they're certainly not going to have the resources to maintain a long-term presence inside of Russia, not least because as time moves on, Russia is able to effectively mobilize its internal military resources, in particular the hundreds of thousands of conscripts that have to fight back this incursion. What the Ukrainians are doing at the moment, however, is forcing Russia to maneuver and effectively to panic. And as a result, it's on the hoof, it's in the open, and it's able to inflict some fairly severe casualties on maneuvering Russian forces.
What about the thinking that Ukraine is trying to grab some Russian territory to have that basically as a card that it can play at the negotiating table? And the fact, as you were saying, the fact that this strategy is not sustainable, doesn't it tell us that perhaps the Ukrainians are expecting to have to sit down at the negotiating table sooner rather than later?
There are, I suppose, 3 possible directions that this could go in. So first of all, they have set a main objective for the Russian military that they cannot afford to ignore. They need to get that territory back if they're going to, maintain any kind of face whatsoever. Secondarily, this is a major PR humiliation for Putin and his allies. Thirdly, as you've alluded to there is the possibility that should this war go to the bargaining table, now, Ukraine has an undeniable card in their hand now in that they have seized a significant portion of Russian territory. Could be a factor in an exchange, could be a factor in a negotiation.
And do you get this sense, Mr. Morris, that the Ukrainians are acting on the assumption that no matter what happens in the U.S. presidential election in November, for example, no matter what happens, support from the West is waning and that is not going to change?
Unfortunately, that does seem to be an undeniable element of the conflict. Like across Europe and in particular the US, there are a lot of regimes asking questions about their own domestic situation and, of course, the logic of continuing this war indefinitely. Like, as a major question mark hanging over the heads of the world's leaders, it's something that I think states are increasingly going to be looking to resolve. Now, this could factor into the pressure that is placed on the Ukrainian regime to bring things to the bargaining table in the near future. Again, I don't think there's a clear answer in this response, but yeah, the cards are certainly stacking up. And, a negotiation or a negotiated settlement is not as unforeseeable today as it was a year ago.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Christopher Morris with the University of Portsmouth in England, we appreciate your time and your analysis tonight. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
In eastern Ukraine, at least 11 people have been killed and 44 wounded in an attack on a supermarket. Officials say a Russian missile struck the store in the town of Kostiantynivka. It's about 13 kilometers from active combat lines in the region of Donetsk. Ukrainian-held areas regularly come under Russian shelling and airstrikes.
The issue is exactly not were they going to make advances, but were they going to make sufficient advances? And I think when it comes down to it, I think that there will be a degree of dissatisfaction. Pleasure that they have made further moves. They certainly are closing in on this key city or town of Chasiv Yar, but dissatisfaction that they haven't done enough, because next year almost certainly it will be the Ukrainians who will have the initiative, and we'll see a Ukrainian counteroffensive.
How will Putin be viewing events on the front line in Ukraine at the moment? I mean, Russia have made incremental gains throughout their summer offensive, but maybe not to the extent that they would have hoped earlier in the year, given the issues that Ukraine has had with its own mobilization and also delays in Western military aid. And the Russian casualty rate is still extremely high. How will he be viewing the situation?
And obviously, it's very difficult to try and kind of crawl into the dark recesses of Putin's own perceptions, especially because we don't really know just how honest and accurate the reporting that he's getting from his own people is. But generally speaking, I mean, what is clear is that, yes, the Russians have made advances through the year and continue to make advances and probably will continue. But then that was always going to be the case. This was always going to be the year when in some ways the Russians had the whip hand. They had more personnel to throw in. They had more artillery ammunition to be able to use. And the Ukrainians didn't yet have, for example, the F-16 fighters, which are just now beginning to come into service and so forth. So the issue is exactly not were they going to make advances, but were they going to make sufficient advances? And I think when it comes down to it, I think that there will be a degree of dissatisfaction. Pleasure that they have made further moves. They certainly are closing in on this key city or town of Chasiv Yar, but dissatisfaction that they haven't done enough, because next year almost certainly it will be the Ukrainians who will have the initiative, and we'll see a Ukrainian counteroffensive. And so the question is that the Russians, can they hold on to what they've gained? But the bottom line is the Russians are nowhere near being able to impose the kind of political solution that they would like on Ukraine. Taking a village here, taking another square kilometer there, it matters for those people who are sort of tallying this almost like a sporting event on a sort of day-by-day, week-by-week basis. But in wider terms, in terms of the capacity to actually bring an end to this war, that suits Moscow. This is not really having any major effect. And as you say, the casualty figures, I think, are the crucial thing, because at the same time as the Russians are burning through personnel, we're also seeing that they're actually having more and more trouble actually recruiting people at home. They're having to offer more and more money, to be blunt. So at some point, the discrepancy between the two will become a real problem.
Just on that, Mark, just finally, do you think Putin is prepared to go to more extreme lengths when it comes to mobilization?
It's interesting that he has held back from the politically problematic sort of options, which are either another mobilization wave, and we saw just how disruptive the first one was, where for every soldier he managed to get to the front lines, 2 to 3 Russians fled the country, or else using conscripts. I mean, up to now, he's held back from using these 18 to 21-year-olds doing their national service, because, again, he knows that would have a massive impact on the home front. So these are options that are at his disposal, absolutely. The thing is, for now, it's almost too late for this year. Because even if he calls a mobilization wave tomorrow, it will take probably 6 to 8 weeks before the soldiers could potentially be available for fighting. And by that point, the summer campaigning season is beginning to slightly sort of ramp down. But actually also the political costs get greater over time. And therefore, again, I mean, yes, if he absolutely feels that his back is to the wall, he will turn to these. But I think actually he's also increasingly worried about just how the Russian population will respond if he starts throwing not volunteers, but recruits and raised reservists into the battle. if you are expecting people to operate in dangerous situations, and one of the side effects of the fact that so many Russian spies were kicked out of embassies, when they operated, they'd always operated with diplomatic immunity. So if you were caught doing bad stuff, the worst that could really happen is you just kicked out the country. Now, though, without having to rely on them, they're using so-called illegals, people who are under what's called non-official cover. In other words, they're pretending to be business people or tourists or whatever else. When they get caught, they go to prison. And I think this is the key thing. It's that it's not about Krasikov himself. It's about, for the future generations of Krasikovs, they need to be reassured that if you get caught, don't worry. The motherland will not forget you, one way or the other. No matter how many hostages we have to take, we will get you back.
And does that partly explain the way Putin has reacted to this prisoner swap? I mean, in a similar way to Biden and Harris being on the tarmac, welcoming Evan Gershkovich in Maryland last week, you had Vladimir Putin welcoming Vadim Krasikov, giving him a big hug, making a big play of his return.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the interesting thing is this hasn't actually had massive amounts of coverage in the Russian media. It's not something that they really want to make too big a deal of it, with the exception of a couple of the more sort of tub-thumpingly patriotic tabloids. But the point is, to the audience that matters, in other words, as I say, the next generation of spooks, saboteurs and assassins, they will absolutely have seen not only that these people were got back, but that they were given a high-profile welcome, and almost certainly that the state will look after them. I'd be surprised if amongst this current batch of spies, we don't have someone else who becomes, I don't know, a parliamentarian, like the assassin who killed Litvinenko in London, or otherwise get some kind of high-profile goodie. It is a way of saying that they will be rewarded as well as saved.
And Putin's tactic of falsely imprisoning foreigners on trumped-up charges, clearly that's something he's been doing for years. Is it a tactic he's been ramping up further in recent years?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this. And on the whole, the foreigners, I mean, there's obviously exceptions like Evan Gershkovich, but the foreigners who have been caught, they tend to actually have made some minor transgression of Russian law. But what Putin ensures is that not just a book, but a whole volume of encyclopedias is thrown at him, so that they end up going to prison in very, I think the usual euphemism is austere circumstances. And that makes them that much more of a hostage for negotiation. So look, we saw in the past, I mean, back in Soviet times, from time to time, there were occasions when individual journalists, tourists or whatever were grabbed precisely for this purpose. But the scale and the blatant way in which it's being done, that is absolutely new and definitely is being ramped up, which makes it also a key thing to note. And I say this as someone who has been banned from Russia, so it wouldn't apply to me anyway. But nonetheless, it is a dangerous time for Westerners to be heading to Russia.
There was a lot of speculation that this deal originally was intended to include Alexei Navalny being released and returned to presumably Germany. Does the fact that obviously he died a few months back in that Russian prison before this deal could be completed suggest that Putin simply couldn't have stomached that? That Putin's ego couldn't have stomached seeing his arch opponent released?
Yeah, this is a tricky one because, look, there's no question but that Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. The question is whether it was an actual direct killing, kill this guy now, or whether it was just simply that he was put in conditions in which his body, already weakened by the various poisonings at the hand of Putin's agents, actually just could not survive, and he died of natural causes, but in deeply unnatural circumstances. Now, my suspicion is actually it's the latter. And I think in this case, look, Navalny was probably being dangled as a way of trying to get the West to release Krasikov, because that was clearly Putin's primary objective. Whether he ultimately would have gone ahead with that swap, I don't know. A classic Russian approach is the bait and switch, that you start the negotiations by offering something good to get the other side engaged and excited by the prospect. And then at the last minute you say, no, for whatever reasons, we can't actually also swap Navalny. But I'll tell you what, we can still go ahead with the deal. Or do you want to call the whole thing off and then it's going to be on your head? So, look, I mean, it's very hard to tell. But I suspect that one way or the other, Putin would not have been letting Navalny out again, precisely because of the degree to which Navalny was both dangerous and also had clearly got under Putin's skin.
Thank you for watching Frontline for Times Radio. For more on global security and the war in Ukraine, you can listen to Times Radio, take out a digital subscription to The Times, and click subscribe on our YouTube channel. course, one of the big developments this week is the arrival of the F-16s. According to US officials, that the first delivery has now been sent to Ukraine. We'll wait and see how they are deployed. We've spoken a lot about them on Frontline this week, and the general consensus from our experts seems to be, and I wonder whether you agree with this, that yes, they will have an impact, but because of the numbers that Ukraine has, or more to the point, the numbers that they don't have, it won't be a game changer. Is that your assessment?
Yeah, I think so at the moment. That would be true. Then we had the first announcement really at the Washington summit on the 10th of July that the Netherlands and Denmark and Biden put out a missive on the 10th of July saying that the process of giving the F-16s to Ukraine had started. Now, in military doctrine terms, again, we would always say clout, don't dribble. And at the moment, the process of transference is dribbling. It is not clouting. Now, we know that offers have been made for 85 F-16s at the moment, mainly from Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and Belgium. And indeed, in the last few weeks, that's been increased because the Greeks are going to give 32 F-16s to America to give back to Ukraine when they get some F-35s. But that will give them somewhere of the region of ultimately 120, 130, which is the number which Zelensky said that they do need to take on the Russian Air Force or combat the Russian Air Force. But, they're not coming in enough numbers and quickly enough to be a game changer. I think the first role for those that will be there are to intercept the Russian missiles and drones, and the second one to target enemy air defense systems. They've not got the capability at the moment in terms of the land forces of Ukraine to be used in a offensive role to support the ground forces. So it's a multi-role fighter, but I see them being used to intercept the Russian missiles and drones as their first priority. Not a game changer. Nice that they're there. We know that it's going to be a long-term program. So, for example, the French are training 26 pilots between 2024 and 2026. And in a sense, for Ukraine and for Russia, you win if you don't lose. And you can see that from both sides. In the Ukrainian side, they need this sort of active defense, patience and avoidance of major offensives, because there are other things afoot which could destroy the capability and the will to fight of the Russians. But at the same time, we've also had this week someone like Medvedev, who's always been the rhetoric master in chief, really, for Putin, saying that they will take Ukraine by 2034. Now, you can interpret that in two ways. Firstly, that they're settling in for a long war and trying to make sure that the people know that. And secondly, that they're making the point again that Ukraine is an artificial state from their perspective, whose sovereignty they don't respect and indeed see it being incorporated into a greater Russia.
If it is a long war, who does that benefit? Because most analysts I've heard from suggest that actually if it's a long war, that favours Ukraine.
I would say that is true at the moment, but like all these things, variables can change, and it depends what time frame of that you're talking about. That is one of the reasons that they say, for example, that Russia are trying to make a decisive difference at the moment in Donetsk, or at least to capture one of the oblasts, because it's worth reiterating that they haven't actually captured any major city, nor have they captured any oblast in the entire duration of this campaign. This comes to the point, really, that Russian losses might be coming to the point of unacceptability. They're burning through troops at a rate which is probably not sustainable, and that will only change if they can probably get to a point of mobilization. But there are societal risks there for Putin in the way that he's organized the economy for the future. So at the moment, it would seem to favor Ukraine, but one of the variables there is that notion of Russia waiting for Trump. That may be another calculation which may be a miscue at the moment, but even that's not so certain. So the notion that Trump will bring them all to the table and force Ukraine to settle is not as evident as people may think. So, for example, the notion there that come to the table, Ukraine, or we won't give you any support, is balanced by the notion that come to the table, Russia, and do a deal or give Ukraine everything they want. There's talk from General Keith Kellogg, I think it was, a former NSA for Trump, of potentially a $500 billion land lease deal for Ukraine should Trump become the president. So Trump is a variable because he's so unpredictable. You don't really know which way he will go. So the notion of Russia just relying on that, particularly now that Biden is not going to be the presidential candidate, is one of the things they can't necessarily calculate on. And I think the Washington summit was absolutely unequivocal that Ukraine are on an irrevocable course to NATO membership, and the support of NATO still remains firm and fair for Ukraine for the future.
And on the point about Russian manpower and the Russian casualty rate, I mean, I suppose, Russian losses are sustainable until they're not. And we've seen this week how President Putin has issued a decree increasing the financial incentives for signing a military contract. It's clearly an issue that they're very aware of. In terms of the political risks for him, does that extend to if he has to call up younger middle-class men from the big cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow? Because at the moment, a lot of the people fighting on the front line are convicts, or they're even migrants. They haven't received much training. If he has to call up people from the big cities, is that where the political risk comes for him?
Well, let's firstly look at the numbers. So the MOD assessment, intelligence assessment, was that the Russians were on average losing 1,263 troops a day in May, and that in June they were losing 1,263 troops a day. And on the last 2 days of July, the Ukrainian intelligence indicated that on the 30th of July, that Russia lost 1,060 troops, and on the 31st of July, they lost 1,370 troops. That is a burn rate which is unsustainable. So in terms of the risks, first risk, which you've mentioned, is that to try and get voluntary manpower, Putin yesterday signed this decree giving people 400,000 rubles, which is something like $4,600, which could be supplemented by up to 1.9 million rubles by the regional areas. So that was the first thing he did. The second thing he did was the Duma overturned a rule which had exempted those who had 3 children from military service, and they also ceased the exemption for those who had a disabled child from military service. So the pot, they're trying to increase the pot. Now, it'll come to a point when, if they do have to mobilize, that does come to the point when the societal contract between the Russian leadership and the Russian people has been technically broken. Now, of course, they did mobilize to stabilize the front in September 22. And it's not just that aspect of it. It is the point that the Russian economy might also be beginning to overheat. We've seen this with the Central Bank of Russia in particular. And the 3 things which were in Russia's favor to begin with at the start of the war, because, of course, they didn't think it would be a long war, were firstly stockpiles of Soviet-era equipment. They're not denuded to the point of exhaustion, but they're being burnt through at a severe rate. Secondly, the fact that they could take poor and unemployed people, and now, because of the war economy, there is a shortage of labour. And thirdly, they had solid finances, which are also being broken into because of the way that the liberalised economy, which came after the Soviet Union, has now been reversed into a sort of Soviet-era Putinomics. All those things mean that we're back to the Clausewitzian triangle, that either the people get fed up, the elites get fed up, or there's a revolt in the army. Now, I don't think we're going to see any of those in the next month or 2 months, but there are pressures there for Putin, which he has to manage at the political level. It's also worth saying, of course, that the most recent polling from Russia, from Levada, which is about the most credible you can get in Russia, was, again, very contradictory in what it says. 58% of people favoured peace negotiations, but that really was invalidated by the fact that 75% were against returning any of the territories which they've illegally annexed, the 4 oblasts. And at the same time, 77 people support the special military operation and feel pride for what Russia is doing in Ukraine. So until that alters significantly, and it's often difficult to alter that significantly because you've got an informational autocracy in Russia. It can only alter by the conditions in Russia. So if taxes are rising, or they don't have access to things, and more families are affected, that's when you start getting potentially internal revolts. I don't see it at the moment, but it's one to look out for in the future.
In Ukraine already, but about to arrive, and this is really vexing the Russians. Now, whether there are going to be enough F-16s to have a difference, and the key thing with the F-16s is about air power. Now, one of the main reasons that the Ukrainians have not been able to progress is that Russia has controlled the skies, and if you control the skies, you do not have freedom of maneuver on the ground, so you're very vulnerable to that. Now, in the last few months, that control of the air has been on the move. So we've had air parity. Russia no longer has freedom of maneuver in the skies. And if it loses, and if Ukraine gets air superiority, then we're in a very, very different situation. And there's not a lot the Russians can do about it, because going back to training, whether you're training tank crews or whether you're training individuals to fight in a trench, it still takes time. When I was commanding officer of the 1st Royal Tank Regiment, it took us over a year to train to then go and do the sort of operations that tank regiments are supposed to do. Now, Russia is doing this in days, so quite not surprisingly. And when it comes to aircraft, of course, Russia doesn't have an inexhaustible supply of aircraft, and Ukraine is just one area for them.
Power problem. The war has dragged on for more than 2 years now. Ukraine has lost, by its count, tens of thousands of soldiers, though Western intelligence suspects that's an undercount. Ukraine has had to tighten its conscription net, drafting younger men and increasing penalties for draft dodgers. But then, a development we haven't seen before.
For the first time since the Russian invasion, the Ukrainian military is launching a large-scale assault inside Russia.
There is a state of emergency in place in the region. Thousands of people have been evacuated. Several have been killed and dozens injured.
These aren't the kinds of headlines the world expected from a country that spent most of this war on the ropes. There have been other attacks on Russian territory, but so far only ever on a much smaller scale. Drone strikes in Belgorod, long-range missile strikes on supply depots, even suspected sabotage operations, which Ukraine rarely confirms nor denies. They haven't actually said anything about this latest offensive either. But a mechanized brigade, shown here in Russian Defense Ministry video, well-trained, well-equipped, rolling right onto Russian soil. As the attack unfolded, Russian state media estimated at least hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers, 11 tanks, more than 20 armored vehicles. CBC hasn't verified this, but all over Telegram, a fierce Russian response. Vladimir Putin called the attack a major provocation, and military experts say Russia appeared to be caught completely by surprise. But consider the risk involved, spending military might that can always be used elsewhere, and to gain relatively little ground.
So in the immediate area where they're fighting, there's nothing particular. It's a border area.
There are three main theories circulating that help explain what Ukraine might stand to gain from this kind of offensive. The first two are military considerations, but the last one has nothing to do with fighting at all. We all know the adage, the best defense is a good offense. In war, this is about attacking the enemy's strengths, which can be transportation or supply lines, and it can be a way of applying pressure, forcing the enemy to divert their resources.
This attack in no way is going to change the strategic military equation, no. But what it does do, it changes the tactical tempo and it's like what we would call positional fighting.
This is a time lapse from the Institute for the Study of War, that's a US-based think tank, showing Russian gains since the start of the war. The outlines in black, Russian-controlled, even before the war. But the regions in red, Ukraine has managed to push back Russian advances throughout the country. But to the south and the east, Russia has not only gained ground, but held it too. This is where, in recent months, we've seen the fiercest fighting. But one military analyst told the BBC after the recent Ukrainian attack on Russian soil, there were significantly fewer Russian glide bombs dropped in the Donetsk area. That means, he continues, the aircraft which carry them are now elsewhere in Russia.
Could it be that they hope to draw some forces away? Yes. And for that, we have to see whether the Russians can snuff out this latest Ukrainian move into Kursk Oblast, or whether the Ukrainians can keep their forces in the field and move deeper in.
If the goal of the Ukrainian offensive was to divert resources away from this eastern front, Donetsk is here, only about 400 kilometers from where Ukraine pushed into Russia's Kursk region. An easy trip for a fighter jet. And in this unverified video obtained by Reuters, we see 2 Russian fighter jets zooming overhead as black smoke from a burning vehicle wafts into the air from the Russian side of the border. But it's impossible to know where those jets came from. And ultimately, there is a problem with this theory. Russia's army is really big.
So there's been you can say a minor disruption to Russian resources. Yes, they are committing resources, but the Russians have a lot of reserves.
It seems unlikely that the Russians would divert large numbers of troops to deal with this Ukrainian offensive because they have troops that can be brought in from elsewhere. So that strikes me as not a very plausible explanation.
So that's one theory, for what it's worth. Applying pressure in one place to relieve pressure in another. But the second theory is that this attack was actually a diversion for something bigger. I mentioned earlier how Russia seems to have been caught by surprise. The last 72 hours have been an all-out scramble.
A state of emergency has been declared in an area of southwest Russia.
Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region has forced Moscow to redeploy troops from the front lines.
Russian state TV showed footage of hollowed-out homes, and parts of the region were evacuated.
More than 200 people were taken out of the war zone by buses and personal vehicles from their territories. During the day, with our help, thousands of people left the shelling zone by private transport.
If Russia is forced to redeploy troops in a more intentional, defensive way, that could open Russia up to counterattack elsewhere. There's no shortage of territory Ukraine would very much like to recapture from Russian control. But most military experts we've spoken to seem to agree this idea that Ukraine could set up some massive attack elsewhere falls apart for one simple reason.
I don't see that happening, actually, because I don't know where the Ukrainians will get the forces to do that.
Yes, the same issue that made Ukraine's recent attack on Russia so surprising to begin with. Where do you get the manpower and the firepower to pull off such a bold attack? No, the leading theory explaining Ukraine's surprise attack is the one that has nothing to do with fighting at all. It's about bargaining power. Even in a war that seems to go on forever, both sides are thinking about the day it ends. And that doesn't necessarily mean a military victory or defeat.
They're trying to change the dynamics of the battlefield to improve their negotiating position at the peace talks.
If there's going to be a negotiated end to the war, it's likely both sides would have to make concessions. So There's a school of thought that capturing land inside Russia, even if it's only a few hundred square kilometers, that's worth something.
This opens the door potentially in a negotiation, particularly if Ukrainians manage to hold some of this territory. If they're holding parts of Russian territory, then they could offer to give it back as a trade for the Russians giving some of Ukrainian territory back.
And there's a clear deadline to make as many gains as possible. Ukraine recently made an offer to Russia. Let's talk. Ukraine's president says he wants to present a plan for what he calls a just peace this November at an international summit. He's invited Putin to attend, and it would be the first time since near the start of the war Zelensky has shown any appetite for direct negotiations at all. But there's something else happening in November as well.
We will win in November.
We will win, win, win.
The outcome of the U.S. presidential election could have a dramatic impact on Ukraine's future. The Biden administration has been very much in Ukraine's corner, making the case to Congress that Ukraine must win. But Donald Trump has said he's looking for a quick resolution.
Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
The Trump-Vance ticket is not pro-Ukrainian. Certainly Vance in particular is not pro-Ukrainian. So they need to stir up some kind of momentum that would show, should the Republicans win, that Ukraine is worth betting on and should be reinforced in negotiations and with more military support.
So to wrap this up, I'll state the obvious. It'll be hard to know for sure what Ukraine's master plan is until something else happens. For example, will Ukraine try to hold its ground inside Russia? But one thing is for sure, we haven't seen this kind of a bold military move from Ukraine since the start of the war, and it's made Russia angry. It calls the attack barbaric and criminal.
Thirty-second lesson on what legends know. Never practice nunchucks in a crowded room. Never eat chole before a road trip. Always take your shirt off before you iron it.
Time, Iran will now retaliate against Israel, setting off one more cycle of attacks, counterattacks, attacks, revenge, then further counter-revenge, etc., etc. In the middle of all of that, it looks like we've forgotten that there is another war going on now for more than 2 years. That's the war in Ukraine. Now, war in Ukraine sort of looks stalemated. It's been stalemated right along the frontier. Some fighting's been going on for a long time now. This is grinding action. Grinding action where no side is taking anything. Frankly, Ukraine is taking nothing. The Russians might be nibbling at a little bit of territory every